US EPA proposes to stop emissions reporting, calls it transparency. The only thing more transparent than this proposal is the air pollution it'll help hide.
Intel stock surges 50% in 1 month, puts US stake at $16 billion. Looks like betting on Silicon Dreams pays off, unless you're hoping for a chip that doesn't glitch like a politician's promise. LinkedIn CEO declares degrees irrelevant for future jobs, leaving Gen Z grads clutching diplomas like vintage vinyls. Guess it's time to swap that cap and gown for coding boot camps and TikTok tutorials because the new resume is a viral video.
Tech giants boast remote epitaxy can grow crystals from afar, but still can't fix Wi-Fi in your own living room. While they're busy perfecting crystalline structures, we're stuck buffering through cat videos. Priorities, right?
Adobe launches Premiere on iPhone, insists editing on a 4-inch screen is the future of filmmaking, because nothing says cinematic masterpiece like squinting at your phone while your thumbs do the heavy lifting. Spielberg, watch out.
Scientists transplant universal blood type kidney, call it a medical revolution, but it's just a fancy way to make us all compatible with each other. Finally, a step towards making organ donation as inclusive as a potluck dinner. Bring your own dish, but everyone can eat it.
Hamas agrees to release Israeli hostages under Trump's Gaza plan, then peace takes a backseat to political showmanship. When a hostage release depends on a plan named after Trump, it's like trusting a fox to guard the henhouse. Everyone gets feathers, but no one's fed.
German Unity Day celebrates 35 years, and the EU calls it a reminder that history's lessons are never quite learned. Europe's Unity Party is like a family reunion where everyone remembers the past but pretends the ugly wallpaper of division isn't still hanging in the hall.
Populist Barbies wins Czech parliamentary election, claims victory over traditional politics while riding the wave of anti-establishment rhetoric. When populism wins, it's like the political equivalent of finding a snake in your boot, unexpected, unsettling, and likely to leave a mark.
Virginia Attorney General candidate apologizes for 2022 texts after depicting political violence. The old sorry I got caught maneuver, because nothing says electable like backpedaling faster than a politician dodging a scandal. Ex-husband demands ex-wife's blessing to pursue another woman after brutal divorce leaves her reeling. Because nothing screamed closure like your ex asking for a hall pass to his midlife crisis after he already torched the marriage.
Redditor shares Carrie Ann George's Lounge 01 track, calls it a chill escape from reality.
Federal Reserve remains outside 3 branches, touts independence. Because who needs accountability when you can have a secret clubhouse with the power to print money? and set the world on inflationary fire.
Diddy sentenced to 4 years claims it's just a remix. Turns out, even a mogul can't auto-tune his way out of justice when the beat drops on human trafficking charges.
Police confirm singer D4WD is not a murder suspect, but conspiracy theorists still insist he's guilty. In today's episode of Who Needs Evidence, we find that even when you're cleared by the law, some folks would rather believe a plot twist than the truth.
Only 10% of researchers find assessment frameworks useful, yet universities insist they are essential. In the academic Hunger Games, it's publish or perish, and these frameworks are the capital's latest way to keep the districts in line.
Only 30% of soccer fans think skills videos improve their game, yet Instagram influencers claim they're essential. In the digital age, juggling a ball online gets more likes than scoring a goal in real life. Welcome to the Football Fantasy League.
Spain's grid operators lost power for 8 hours, insisting it was a learning opportunity. When the lights go out, the truth shines brightest. Europe's power grid is as stable as a house of cards in a hurricane.
Pellegrini claims Klopp in the beautiful game's tangled rules. It seems some managers see offside as a state of mind, not a line.
In the world of digital rights, opt-in sounds as comforting as a predator saying please before it pounces.
Treasure hunters find $1 million in coins off Florida coast, but the sea still holds the receipt. Looks like the ocean's layaway plan finally paid off. Just 310 years and one hurricane too late.
Half of Teslas fail finish inspections, but they promise to update the software. Apparently, Teslas are only roadworthy on a map, not on an actual road. Elon Musk must have missed that firmware update.
UN reports global hunger fell in 2024, but Africa and Western Asia see increases. While the world pats itself on the back, the climate and conflict make sure the poorest still get the short end of the breadstick.
Czech parliament election results reveal a colorful district mosaic, but democracy is still a grayscale affair. While the districts paint a vibrant picture, the real art lies in politicians turning promises into performance pieces, often avant-garde in their invisibility.
Isaac Hayes releases Soul Medley, promises a brand new vibe.
Hayes's grooves may claim to reinvent you, but it's just another spin cycle in the eternal wash of musical déjà vu.
Ted Cruz and Marco Rubio attack each other's achievements, calling them betrayals. In a political tango where success is failure, Cruz and Rubio redefine the art of self-sabotage as a masterclass in spinelessness.
Harvard's tuition climbs to $75,000, and they call it a bargain. In a twist of academic irony, the only thing more inflated than Ivy League egos is their tuition. Proving prestige is just a pricey illusion.
Only 20% of users report increased productivity, and developers call it innovation. Turns out, the only thing these AI tools efficiently automate is our gullibility, as we pay for the privilege of doing nothing better than before.
After claiming fungi made Earth livable, scientists now suggest we owe our existence to mushrooms. Next time you enjoy a portobello burger, remember you're munching on the unsung heroes of the primordial world who probably deserve a Nobel more than some folks in Stockholm.
Wall Street celebrates new stock highs while government workers face empty paychecks. Apparently, the stock market thrives on chaos, proving once again that the only thing trickling down is the irony of capitalism's cruel joke on the working class.
UN leaders issue stern warnings, but Gaza's aid remains a whisper in a cacophony of conflict. It's a classic diplomatic dance, lots of talking, little action, and the people who need help the most end up as footnotes in the international community's endless paperwork shuffle.
Czech billionaire eyes parliament win, proving democracy's for sale to the highest bidder. When your political campaign budget equals a small nation's GDP, it seems voters are just another asset to be acquired, like a yacht or a diamond-encrusted watch.
Storage control failed to stop deepfakes, but they slap on a watermark like a band-aid on a bullet wound. It's like giving a toddler a marker and calling them the security guard at the Louvre. Sure, there's a mark, but the art's still getting stolen.
Only 10% of CITATA pipelines. Imagine Fort Knox with a please rob me sign, but hey.
Scientists recreate wildfire weather system, then act surprised when it behaves like a vengeful god. Mother Nature's got a new mixtape, and it's dropping fire and lightning. Who knew playing with matches could lead to a climate concert from hell?
New Android Trojan, Cleopatra hijacks phones, then banks on your ignorance to fund its empire. When malware sounds like a Cleopatra cosplay, it's time to double-check your bank statements. Who knew your phone could moonlight as a Trojan horse?
When your guest list includes a far-right firebrand, it's less peace talks and more tabloid headlines. Who needs diplomacy when you can have controversy?
FC Heidenheim defeats Bayer Leverkusen, and the underdogs howl into the quarterfinals.
Reddit users discover Graboy's troglodyte, and the rock scene gets a prehistoric jolt. In a world where autotune reigns, Graboys remind us that sometimes raw power and a dash of dinosaur grit are all you need to shake the cave walls. Rock on, you beautiful Neanderthals.
Kristi Noem criticizes NFL for booking Bad Bunny, claims ICE will ensure fun. Nothing says enjoy the game like a side of immigration enforcement, because nothing complements halftime entertainment like the looming threat of deportation. Who needs nachos when you have national security?
Trump halts over $2 billion for Chicago, blames shutdown standoff. Because nothing screams efficient governance like holding a city hostage for political theatrics. Who knew democracy came with a price tag and a reality TV script?
Panopti's system deploys fake nucleotides against phages, claims ultimate defense. Because nothing says we got this, like bacteria playing James Bond with decoy molecules while the rest of us struggle to keep our houseplants alive. Who knew the microscopic world was so high stakes?
Only 8% of underground fungi networks protected while we fret over surface level nonsense. Turns out, fungi are the unsung heroes holding our ecosystems together. But like that introvert friend, we only notice them when they're gone. Maybe it's time to give these mycelium maestros a little credit and protection before we all find ourselves in a real-life game of the floor is lava.
Russia targets UK military satellites weekly, proving Cold War nostalgia is alive and kicking in orbit.
Kenyan activists abducted after opposition rally, proving some political parties prefer kidnapping over campaigning. In the twisted world of political chess, Uganda just made a move that screams checkmate for democracy. Apparently, the new campaign strategy is to kidnap the opposition.
Dietary cysteine increases intestinal stem cells, but the side effect is a PhD in nutrition science just to understand your breakfast. The wonders of modern science. We've discovered that with the right diet, your intestines can become a bustling metropolis of stem cells, but good luck deciphering the menu when your morning cereal requires a biochemistry degree to digest.
California's Sierra Nevada glaciers face extinction, as if wildfires and droughts were enough of a hint. Mother Nature's giving us the cold shoulder, literally. While we're busy debating plastic straws and carbon credits, the glaciers are quietly packing their bags, leaving us to ponder a future where Ice Age is just a retro movie marathon.
Wayne Rooney claims Premier League quality despite playing in a league where retirement is more common than promotion. Rooney's confidence is like a vintage car trying to keep up with Formula One races. While he dreams of Premier League glory, he's stuck in a pitch where the average speed is more golf cart than Grand Prix.
DC shutdown fails to halt stock market surge, as Wall Street proves it's powered by algorithms, not governance. Turns out markets function just fine without politicians who might as well be replaced by a Roomba with a penchant for insider trading. When the chips are down, follow the money, not the government.
Only 30% of women find relationships boost satisfaction, while men report larger increases, proving ignorance truly is bliss. Apparently, bliss in relationships is a one-way street, where men get the fast lane and women find themselves stuck in traffic, wondering why they signed up for the ride.
Microsoft warns AI-crafted SVG files bypass email security, claiming their cyber defense is as impenetrable as a wet paper bag. In the battle of AI versus email security, it seems the bots are Picasso and security is still drawing stick figures with crayons.
Breakthrough Turing prizes offer millions in cash, but still can't buy the gravitas of Nadal's musty prestige. It's like comparing a gold-plated selfie stick to the Mona Lisa. One is shiny and new, the other is a timeless masterpiece.
Trump orders Israel to halt Gaza bombings, then claims peace is just around the corner. Like ordering a ceasefire at an open mic night and calling it a concert. It's a quieter chaos but still far from harmony.
Trump claims ceasefire contingent on Hamas, while Israel agrees to Gaza withdrawal line. It's like promising a breakup over text, but waiting for the read receipt before moving on. Peace is always one confirmation away.
Zara Sultana declares Labour is dead, but plans new party with Jeremy Corbyn. Trying to launch a new party with Jeremy Corbyn is like starting a punk band with a retired librarian. The spirit's there, but the noise, not so much.
Syria's rainy season ends in April, leaving 2/3 of farms parched. Relying on the rainy season in Syria is like waiting for a text back from your ex, unpredictable and often disappointing, leaving you high and dry.
Todd Haynes' Carol dazzles audiences, even from the back row. Sitting up close or far away, the chemistry between Rooney Mara and Cate Blanchett burns through the screen like a well-aimed Cupid's arrow.
Russian forces strike Ukrainian passenger train, causing multiple casualties. In the grim calculus of war, civilians are always the rounding error, collateral damage in a conflict where humanity is the first casualty.
Trump flaunts 24-karat gold Oval Office while Americans struggle with bills. It's like Marie Antoinette's let them eat cake, but with more bling and less healthcare.
When Congress plays chicken with the budget, taxpayers get fried.
Police arrest nearly 500 at London protest, yet silent vigils still echo louder than PM's pleas. When peaceful protest gets handcuffed, democracy becomes the real prisoner.
Formula One, it's not just about the fastest lap, it's about the finest print.
Trump threatens to slash Democrat agencies, proving his version of a balanced budget is a guillotine. Russell Vought, not a household name, wields power like a child with a chainsaw.
Amazon Prime Day offers 40 deals, but the only thing getting lighter is your wallet. As you snag that 50% off gadget, remember, the real savings are the ones you don't spend on impulse buys you'll forget by August.
India's railways touts gender equality, yet only one female train driver blazed the trail since 1989. Soraka Yadav's journey proves that while machines are blind to gender, the real challenge is getting humans on board with equality.
Only 20% of conservative Protestant men fit the BMI ideal, but they're too busy worrying about their own measuring sticks. When your waistline becomes a theological debate, it's a wonder anyone finds time to pray. Maybe the real miracle is self-acceptance, not weight loss.
In a world obsessed with airbrushed perfection, Alpha QH dares to celebrate the art of being beautifully flawed. Plug in, tune out, and find yourself amidst the chaos.
As politicians play tug-of-war with the nation's purse strings, government workers are left wondering if they should start a GoFundMe to pay their rent.
Hackers exploit Malsite routers, sending thousands of phishing SMS to unsuspecting Europeans. In the digital age, it's comforting to know that even routers have a side hustle, playing Cupid for cybercriminals. Who knew internet security came with a free lesson in trust issues?
Federal workers started to blame Democrats for a shutdown, as if partisan finger-pointing fixes anything. It's the classic tale. When the government can't keep the lights on, they turn to the oldest trick in the book. Pass a box and hope no one notices the missing paycheck.
When partial agreement is your headline, you might as well say you've got a parachute with holes. It's a long way down, and the landing's gonna hurt.
When a Taiwanese officer starts connecting dots in Poland, maybe it's time to stop pretending international relations are a strategic board game, where the stakes are just pieces on a map.
When your peace plan is more about personal branding than actual peace, it's less of a proposal and more of a vanity project. Who knew peace could be trademarked?
When standing up for your rights gets you a front row seat in the paddy wagon, you know the only thing getting broader is the gap between freedom and control.
Only 20% of listeners survive the Fernie-Surya fusion, and Spotify calls it an evolution in sound. When metal meets Indian classical, it's like Thor and Shiva jamming with a sitar and a double bass pedal, transcendent enough to make your chakras headbang.
Only 25% of businesses automate forms, and Silicon Valley calls it innovation. Apparently, filling out paperwork in 2025 is still a task that rivals ancient scroll-making minus the quills, but with twice the frustration.
DoorDash unveils autonomous robot Dot solves nothing, because what the world really needed was a delivery bot that can get stuck in the same traffic jam as the rest of us, but with more beep poops and less accountability.
Only 10% of cancers get early detection, and the medical industry calls it progress. Because nothing says breakthrough like discovering a ticking time bomb in your bloodstream a decade before it detonates, while the rest of the healthcare system snoozes at the wheel.
Trump administration demands loyalty, then fires critics. It's like a bad reality show where the prize is a pink slip and a stern warning to everyone left behind: toe the line or join the unemployment line.
Austria's armed forces switched to LibreOffice, call it a revolution. Trading Microsoft Office for LibreOffice is like swapping a Ferrari for a bicycle. Sure, it's cheaper, but you might miss the horsepower when the hills get steep.
Mu macOS XCSSET variant attacks Firefox users, promises endless headaches. Just when you thought your browser was safe, along comes the cyber pest, determined to turn your browsing history into a treasure map for digital pirates.
Morocco funnels billions into World Cup stadium while protesters demand hospitals. When medicine takes a backseat to a stadium, you know the national pastime is playing politics with people's lives.
When the mayor's plan is a decade-long tech tease, it's like giving a dictionary to a fish and expecting a novel.
Trump declares Middle East peace within reach while Nobel Prize dreams dance in his head. If peace talks are a pageant, then Trump's eyeing the crown, but it's still a talent show without a winner.
Swedish authorities suspect a 14-year-old in mass shooting as 6 people suffer the consequences. When childhood turns to chaos and guns replace toys, maybe it's time to rethink what we call progress.
Smashing Pumpkins released Love, and it's as fresh as a 90s flannel shirt. When nostalgia hits harder than the bass line, it's a sign your musical time machine is stuck in reverse.
DoorDash offers $25 off promo code, but your delivery fee is still a second mortgage. In the gig economy, saving a buck is like finding a unicorn, rare, magical, and mostly a myth.
Inter Milan fans racially abuse player post-closure, then face zero consequences. In the world of sports, justice is a game of musical chairs where the music never stops and accountability never finds a seat.
Indian IPO market predicts $5 billion in deals, calls it a record month. When the financial fireworks start, just remember, the rich are still the ones lighting the fuses while the rest of us catch the ashes.
When stopping a sea of hope, one boat defies the blockade.
Israel targets Gaza's safe zones, negotiates peace in Egypt. Bombs and peace talks, a classic case of doublethink where the same hand that shakes for peace also pulls the trigger.
Costco sells Ozempic and Vegovi at discount, but only for uninsured. Aisle 12, industrial-sized mustard, bulk toilet paper, and now life-altering medication for those the system forgot. Because who needs universal health care when you have membership cards?
Only 1% of downtown stabbings make headlines, and Mark Sanchez becomes the latest statistic. In a world where sensational crime stories are the currency of clicks, it's only newsworthy until the next headline bleeds. Stay sharp, people.
Carly Fiorina refuses to be bullied into truth-telling, claiming it's a typical left-wing tactic. In the political circus, truth is the tightrope act nobody rehearses, and Florina's balancing act is just another performance in the big top of denial. Grab your popcorn, folks.
Scientists manipulate human blastoids to study retrovirus effects, celebrating the discovery as a milestone in embryo modeling. When Frankenstein met Petri dish, they made a baby blastoids party. Just another day in the lab where ethics are the control group and science plays God.
Natural disasters increase fetal cortisol exposure, creating lifelong stress effects. Yet climate action remains stalled in bureaucratic purgatory. Mother Nature's tantrums leave lasting scars on the unborn, while policymakers debate whether to bring an umbrella to the apocalypse.
Australia's Golden Guitars snub AI compositions, claiming authenticity is only human, yet auto-tuned stars keep winning. Apparently, emotion is best conveyed by machines, just not ones with microchips. Maybe they're afraid the robots can yodel better.
Some Democrats echo Trump's plan to institutionalize homeless people, claiming it's compassionate care while ignoring affordable housing solutions. When bipartisan unity means agreeing on who to scapegoat, it's clear empathy is being redistricted out of Congress.
Germany's economy ministry upgrades 2025 growth forecast to 0.2%, hailing it as a triumph in stagnation. When your economic recovery is measured in decimal dust, maybe it's time to rethink the victory lap and invest in a new calculator.
Tyson Fury knocks out Vladimir Klitschko.
Taylor Swift ends her latest tour, yet her life reads like a bedtime story written by a grumpy insomniac. Even with her diamond ring and devoted fans, the fairy tale feels more like a never-ending dress rehearsal for a show that lost its sparkle.
UK imports 15 million kilos of eggs from Ukraine and Poland, but they're not exactly free-range heroes. When your breakfast comes with a side of animal rights controversy, you know the only thing scrambled is the ethics of your omelette.
UK police hold Manchester synagogue attack suspects until Wednesday. Justice apparently needs a long weekend. When the system's slower than a sloth in a snowstorm, you have to wonder if criminals are the only ones on holiday.
Saudi Arabia targets The Sims. EA Games deal sparks censorship fears. Players brace for cultural downgrade. When a game about virtual freedom faces real-world control, you know your pixelated utopia might soon feature mandatory modesty patches.
Trump officials declare US in armed conflict with drug cartels, justifying strikes on Venezuelan boats. When reality TV meets military strategy, expect plot twists involving imaginary wars and real explosions, all while the popcorn industry quietly booms.
AI agents promise to revolutionize research, assisting with literature reviews, data handling, and coding. With AI agents, scientists can finally outsource the mundane parts of research, leaving more time for existential dread and caffeine consumption.
Shiro approval ticks up to 60% among Pennsylvania voters, then doubles down on controversial policies. 60% of Pennsylvania voters now approve of Shiro, proving once again that a good smile and a bad memory make for successful politics.
C9orf72 protein triggers autoimmune chaos in ALS, contradicting hope. When your body's defense
Erythritane reveals nasty form, led to hospitalization, then missed Grey's Anatomy reunion at Emmys. Missing the Emmys reunion, Dame reminds us all that even TV doctors can't heal themselves when gravity decides to play a leading role.
Scientists finally explain morning sickness as inflammation response, then claim understanding. Pregnant women now know it's not just bad luck or pickles, but their own bodies waging chemical warfare to protect the future generation from invisible threats.
Dead Grave releases 3 tracks in 2 months, then claims underground fame. The music scene's latest enigma churns out beats like a haunted factory, proving once again that obscurity is just another word for avant-garde.
Police arrest over 440 at Palestine action protest, despite silence. Turns out, silence is only golden until it turns into a sea of handcuffs, reminding us that peaceful protest is still an arrestable offense in the theater of democracy.
Montgomery shooting leaves 2 dead and 12 injured. Police offer no suspects. In a country where thoughts and prayers are cheaper than bullets, the cycle of violence spins faster than the wheels of justice ever could.
John's ruling party chooses Sanai Takaishi as leader, first female PM likely.
Heavy metal classic Rainbow in the Dark still electrifies. As the echoes of power chords
UK police seize £5 billion in Bitcoin, the world's largest crypto bust called a victory. In a world where digital dreams meet cold reality, the real question is whether justice or just another financial fantasy reigns supreme. Either way, the blockchain ledger won't shed a tear.
Taylor Swift drops new track and everyone forgets bedtime. When pop culture becomes the lullaby of choice, sleep takes a backseat to the hypnotic pull of catchy choruses and expertly crafted hooks.
Hong Kong installs surveillance cameras with facial recognition, calls it safety.
Microsoft aims to replace most AMD and NVIDIA GPUs with in-house chips. When tech giants start crafting their own silicon, it's a classic tale of cutting out the middlemen to keep every cent of that sweet, sweet profit. Indian ministers push domestic tech alternatives, label it sovereignty amid strained US ties. It's like swapping out a one-way mirror for a funhouse one. The reflection's different, but you're still not seeing the real picture.
After starting dance in her 60s, she discovered unexpected transformation, challenging stereotypes about aging. While society peddles retirement cruises and bingo nights, she found vitality and joy, proving that age is a mindset, not a limitation.
Eurobonds proposed as EU's economic savior, but the reliance on the dollar remains a stubborn shadow. It's like wearing a crown made of paper, looks impressive until the rain comes and it turns to mush.
UNRWA's return demanded to end Gaza starvation, yet political stalemate blocks the road. It's like building a bridge with no intention of letting anyone cross. The structure exists, but the purpose is denied.
In a plot twist worthy of a true crime series, the internet sleuths are left puzzling over their conspiracy boards while the real story slips through the cracks.
Ultra-thin solar tech promises power for all, yet fossil fuel giants tighten their grip. It's like offering a lifeline made of gossamer thread while the oil barons weave their nets tighter, ensuring the future remains a dimly lit promise.
Takaishi's win boosts Japanese stocks but pressures yen and bonds.
much.
Trump explores $10 billion bailout for U.S. farmers, then blames them for needing it. It's the art of the deal: create the crisis, offer a bailout, and then point fingers at the very hands that feed us.
When neighbors throw rocks, you don't just close your blinds. You prepare for the whole house to come down, even if you're not invited to the fight.
Russia plans to deliver 48 Su-35 fighters to Iran. Documents leaked. When arms deals read like shopping lists, the world gets a reminder that peace is just a pawn in the global game of chess.
Rogue planet devours 6 billion tons of gas and dust per second, while scientists call it fascinating. Even the universe has its gluttons, but when a planet eats like a black hole on a bender, you have to wonder if it's just compensating for something.
Montreal grabs Brault Guillard on loan from Lyon, Vancouver dumps Dijon. Soccer's a game of musical chairs where players are shuffled like cards in a deck, but the house always wins the big bets.
Marco Rubio demands Hamas release hostages, then delays action. Diplomacy is just a fancy word for asking nicely while sitting on your hands and hoping someone else does the heavy lifting.
Border Patrol agent shoots woman in Chicago during immigration operation, and officials call it necessary enforcement. Editor show where share
Jessica Pegula reaches China Open semifinals, third American to do so. American dreams are alive and well in tennis, but with every victory comes the reminder that the sport's real winners are the sponsors.
Federal investigators uncover larger China-linked plot to cripple NYC cell service involving 200,000 SIM cards and call it a near miss. Turns out, when you dig deep enough, the rabbit hole is lined with SIM cards, and the threat to communication is just a phone call away.
Jane Street's billionaire smashes trading records but hides in shadows. When your wealth stacks so high it blocks out the sun, you learn to enjoy the shade while others squint at your success.
Blackout hits Spain and Portugal, called first of its kind by report. When the lights went out, the energy companies' excuses lit up, a reminder that infrastructure's fragility is always just one surge away from chaos.
Automakers spend billions on software updates, yet fail to match Tesla's over-the-air prowess, leaving drivers stuck with buggy dashboards. It's like paying for a luxury suite with a view of the parking lot. The software is supposed to enhance the ride, not turn it into a comedy of errors.
Glaciers vanish rapidly before and after images starkly show the decline. As ice turns to water, climate change deniers maintain their frosty indifference, ignoring that the real meltdown is in their credibility.
Indonesia's free meal program poisons thousands with fried shark and maggots, a culinary horror. Serving up a side of botulism with your educational experience, because nothing says investment in the future like a trip to the ER.
Polling shows American families trapped in a cycle of debt. Democratic leadership now as unpopular as GOP under Trump. When both parties are neck and neck in a race to the bottom, it's hard to tell if we're watching politics or a slow-motion car crash.
Pop star Fadil Shaker surrenders to Lebanese military after 12 years on the run, trading a mic for handcuffs. From chart toppers to wanted posters, Shaker's journey shows how fame and infamy can share the stage, with the encore being a courtroom drama instead of a comeback tour.
Trump and Carney planned tariff and security talks in DC, promising more posturing than progress. Expect a lot of chest thumping and handshakes, while real issues get buried under a pile of diplomatic jargon and photo ops.
Russia cuts funding for Transnistria after Moldovan elections, then Tiraspol is left without gas. When your lifeline is a political pawn, don't be surprised when the oxygen gets cut off to make a point.
Husband spends 40 grand on a new car, then gives wife the silent treatment, proving communication is more expensive than vehicles. When luxury rides matter more than a decade of vows, it's time to question if the road ahead is worth travelling together, or if it's a solo journey to self-respect.
Google ends Gmailify and POP support in January 2026, then users scramble. When tech giants pull the plug, it's like a magic trick. Now you see your emails, now you need a new plan.
Remix artist drops goat vocal track hoping bleats and beats can coexist, but it's still a battle for ears. When your musical muse is a farm animal, it's clear the industry's gone from platinum records to pasture hits, leaving listeners questioning their sonic sanity.
The new leader will likely inherit the same stagnant playbook, complete with recycled speeches and predictable promises, wrapped in shiny new packaging.
Jenbird bleeds 70s rock then drowns in nostalgia. When music clings to the past, it's like trying to relive your teenage rebellion with a receding hairline and a mortgage.
South Africa considers issuing new Eurobonds after redeeming $2 billion, but the debt cycle spins on. When financial redemption feels like a revolving door, it's a stark reminder that debt is the only thing that truly compounds interest in government policy.
Luxembourg promises future bridges. When worlds talk about innovation, it usually means adding a new coat of paint to the gilded cage.
Rakim drops bars on When I Be on Tha Meek, delivering timeless flow, igniting nostalgia for true hip-hop heads. While the industry drowns in auto-tune, Rakim's lyrical mastery reminds us of a time when skill, not gimmicks, ruled the airwaves.
letters linked to Israel. State media claims justice. When justice is served in the dark hours before dawn, it seems more like a vendetta than a victory, leaving nothing but shadows and silence behind.
When a billionaire can't buy a majority, democracy might still have a pulse, even if it's in need of a defibrillator.
ECCI promises Grokpedia to rival Wikipedia with AI, but who's fact-checking the chatbot? In the race for knowledge, when the gatekeeper is a machine, the truth may be a moving target, shifting with each algorithmic update.
In a world where life-saving shots should be celebrated,
China supplies Russia with Ukraine intel, says Ukraine intelligence. When your frenemy hands your enemy a cheat sheet, it's not just a breach of trust, it's a masterclass in geopolitical backstabbing.
Study reveals fatty liver disease patients mostly die from heart attacks, not liver failure. Turns out, their hearts are as overloaded as their livers, proving once again that life loves a good plot twist with a tragic ending.
Nevada Supreme Court rejects NFL's petition. John Gruden scores another legal win. The NFL fumbles yet again, proving that even billion-dollar empires can trip over their own arrogance when facing an ex-coach with a grudge and a good lawyer.
Jane Goodall redefined humanity's view of nature with chimps. When a primatologist teaches the world its humility through apes, it's a reminder that sometimes the wisest insights come from the wild, not the ivory tower. Diplomacy takes a backseat as 5 nations decide that blocking tourists is just too much work when there's rubles to be made and beaches to be filled.
AI tools flood market with promises, then creativity still stagnant. Tech gurus hail the rise of digital scribes, yet human writers find themselves tangled in algorithms that generate more filler than thriller, leaving originality gasping for air.
Speeda drops In the Rich featuring RJ, and it's all about excess. When a track glorifies wealth and materialism, it's a catchy reminder that some artists find inspiration in the depths of their wallets rather than the depths of their souls.
Sanai Takaishi wins leadership, ready to become Jan's first female PM after years of male dominance.
Bad Bunny ignites MAGA outrage, then keeps on dancing. When a Puerto Rican superstar can rile up a political movement by merely existing, it shows how fragile their worldview really is.
Weekly report lands, promises transparency, but buries key details in a sea of corporate jargon and glossy images. When clarity is outshone by stock photos and buzzwords, accountability becomes just another item on the checklist no one reads.
Poll reveals 61% of American Jews accuse Israel of war crimes, sparking outrage. When even your staunchest allies start questioning your morality, maybe it's time to rethink strategies that resemble a textbook on how to alienate your own supporters.
"22 states hit recession, and economists call it a warning." When nearly half the country feels the economic squeeze, maybe it's time to reassess those tax cuts for the ultra-wealthy.
In a sport where every match is a fresh slate, even prodigies must face the harsh lesson that talent alone doesn't guarantee victory.
Louis C.K. performs in Riyadh, then calls it a cultural exchange. Nothing says progress like a comedian with a controversial past taking the stage in a country with a controversial present.
When life gives you lemons, turn them into a bilingual monologue and watch the crowd laugh at the absurdity of outrage culture.
Michael Johns drops hard on my sleeve, but the world keeps spinning. Pop rock anthem promises emotional depth, yet somehow manages to sound like the background music at a supermarket clearance sale.
When the watchdog says they're not watching, it's like leaving the cookie jar open and hoping nobody's feeling peckish.
RFK Jr. fires NIH vaccine whistleblower Dr. Jean Marazzo after clash with Trump officials on research.
Trump administration sends 230 M for Lebanese security forces, then expects disarmament. Throwing cash at a decades-old conflict is like trying to extinguish a forest fire with a garden hose, optimistic but ultimately drenched in delusion.
Zetinthin supposedly supercharges cancer treatments, but only if you believe in miracles. Trust the supplement industry to repackage hope in a bottle, turning the fight against cancer into a game of nutritional roulette.
Hundreds of thousands rally for Palestine, then governments pretend to listen. Massive crowds demand peace and justice, but politicians will likely offer thoughts, prayers, and a well-rehearsed shrug instead.
Kristi Noem denied bathroom access, blames J.B. Pritzker for locked doors. When political theater becomes a restroom drama, you know the state of governance is circling the drain quicker than a flustered gubernatorial bladder.
Removing these 50 space junk objects supposedly halves danger, but space remains a cosmic junkyard. Space agencies treat the void like a celestial landfill, leaving us to wonder if future archaeologists will study our orbiting garbage instead of our pyramids.
Shoegaze band releases new track, then the silence stays louder. In a world of noise, sometimes the only way to be heard is to whisper into the void and hope the echo cares.
Humidifiers discounted but still overpriced promise comfort.
When a plastic mist machine costs more than your monthly streaming services, it's clear the air is thick with consumerism, not just moisture.
Syria holds elections post-Assad, but democracy remains a distant mirage. Ballots replace bullets, yet the shadows of power linger, casting doubt on whether this is a transition or just a new chapter in the same old book.
Thar's most brutal movie flaunts violence, questions reality. When the blood-soaked fiction mirrors real life too closely, it's hard to tell if the scriptwriter or society deserves a credit for the brutality.
WI tests 15 coolers, then recommends 450 as budget-friendly. When a cooler costs as much as a weekend getaway, maybe it's time to chill with a styrofoam box and some ice cubes instead.
Hegseth announces strike on Venezuelan boat, claims it trafficked drugs. When you're too busy playing hero, it's easy to forget the complex web of politics and consequences that come with each explosive decision.
When a billionaire rallies defenders of free speech against a group advocating for tolerance, irony becomes a heavy-handed understatement.
Trump slashes refugees to record low, prioritizes white South Africans. When the word refugees starts to mean only the ones we like, you know the game of favorites has hit a disturbing new level.
Zelensky accuses the West of silence as Putin mocks and strikes. When silence becomes encouragement, you might as well hand the megaphone to the bully and ask him to sing his favorite war tune.
Ex-NFL player Mark Sanchez stabbed in critical condition, suspect detained but motives murky. A former quarterback turned media darling takes a hit off the field, proving life's blitzes don't come with protective gear.
Diddy sentenced to 50 months and fans call it unfair. When the beats stop and the bars close in, the music industry learns that Bad Boy doesn't age well behind actual bars.
Piano sales plunge as virtual lessons rise, calling it innovation amidst nostalgia. From ivory keys to touchscreen taps, the music stays, but the melody of tradition fades. Progress often sounds like a digital echo.
Teenager dies in crash months after Dubai jail release for sex crime. Tragic irony strikes when liberation turns into a final destination, proving once again that freedom is a fickle friend with a cruel sense of timing.
Right targets Netflix again, despite past backlash for Chappelle specials. The culture war carousel spins anew as streaming giants become battlegrounds for ideological skirmishes, proving no platform is immune to the perpetual outrage economy.
Biotech firm Inoka claims name is unique, but cancer still thrives. A catchy name won't cure cancer, yet the branding department deserves a raise for making a lab sound like a hip new coffee shop.
From quarterback to courtroom, the playbook changes, but the defense remains. Some tackles happen off-field, yet the penalties still sting.
Marco Rubio warns Gaza peace talks are not yet ending the war, keeps tensions high. Rubio's crystal ball must be in the shop, because predicting peace in the Middle East requires more than just stating the obvious on a Sunday morning show.
Russian strike kills 5 in nighttime assault on Ukraine. In the theater of geopolitics, lives are the currency spent without remorse, as the world watches another tragedy unfold with a collective shrug of impotence.
When your budget rivals a small country's GDP, you'd think you'd get a little more than just louder footsteps in your video game shootouts.
Stars may fall, but geopolitical games continue. Emotions and rank don't demote the stakes when the global chessboard's ablaze.
While the industry drowns in auto-tuned monotony, a rare gem surfaces, whispering sweet nothings into ears too numb from the noise to notice.
JPM Morgan pushes nuclear investment, claims it's the future, while ignoring meltdown risks. When your investment strategy mimics a bond villain's lair, maybe it's time to reassess, whether you're banking on innovation or annihilation.
AI frenzy fuels Europe's data centers and power surge. While AI stocks skyrocket, Europe's betting on the backbone, hoping to keep the lights on while the rest of the world marvels at shiny algorithms.
Trump urges Israel to cease fire, then Gaza sees more deaths. Diplomatic whispers fall silent as bombs speak louder, proving once again that geopolitical promises are often as reliable as a mirage in the desert.
Israelis greet Trump as savior, while hostage deal inches forward amid ongoing conflict and uncertainty. Hope wrapped in banners and balloons. When desperation meets spectacle, the line between savior and self-promotion blurs like a mirage in the desert.
Portland, labeled a war zone, becomes online spectacle. When reality TV meets martial law, the line between dystopian drama and real life blurs, but one thing's certain: clicks over compassion reign supreme.
When a vacation invite turns into a data heist, the golden years become a hacker's paradise, proving retirement isn't the only thing being targeted.
Israeli airstrikes defy Trump's ceasefire demand, target Gaza.
Langclanks demands refunds for NFTs, calls them digital betrayal, just pixels on a blockchain. When your art collection is more fragile than a house of cards, maybe it's time to rethink investing in the Emperor's new JPEGs.
"50 years of book banning fails to suppress teenage curiosity." When words on a page pose more threat than ignorance, censorship becomes the villain. Still, curiosity finds a way to turn whispers into roars.
Reddit stock drops again as ChatGPT references vanish. Investors call it a crisis of relevance. When your stock depends on AI chatter, it's like betting your retirement on a magic 8-ball, hoping it says "Outlook good."
US visa fee spike drives tech talent north to Canada. When the price of entry rivals a tech salary, even the most patriotic coder might find maple syrup sweeter than the American dream.
Asia's first osmotic power plant switches on. When just add water,
Drone attack kills one as Ukraine accuses Russia of targeting trains. In the battle of iron and silicon, it's the innocent travelers who become collateral damage while leaders play a deadly game of chess.
Ley Lion's release Here All Along as Dream Pop promises escape but delivers melancholic deja vu. The ethereal sounds promise a journey, but you're left wandering through fog, realizing the dreams are more of the same old reality.
Taiwan claims China twists UN resolution, suggests its groundwork for an attack, raising alarms. When legal loopholes become weapons, it's only a matter of time before diplomacy sounds like a courtroom drama with nuclear stakes.
High-speed train lids launch, travel to major cities still 20 years away. While the tracks stretch toward a shining future, today's commuters are left watching the clock tick as they wait for those promises to arrive.
Elena Scalanino writes of Paris, insisting authenticity lies beyond tourist hubs, yet American in Paris tales endure. Even as the city evolves, the allure of Parisian memoirs remains strong, proving nostalgia is a resilient market force.
While jets roar into action, the world watches in weary resignation, knowing this is just another grim page in the endless saga of conflict.
Caro talks promise peace yet escalate tension amidst hope for captive release. Diplomacy dances on a razor's edge, where hope is a frail currency and every handshake risks becoming a fist.
Israel halts Gaza City campaign, yet strikes persist on the Strip, promising peace but delivering chaos. The IDF prepares for Trump's plan after Hamas agrees to release hostages, proving that peace is often a convenient mirage.
Study finds trichloroethylene may increase Parkinson's risk despite bans. Industrial shortcuts keep toxins in play, proving once again that the cost of cutting corners is often paid in human health and suffering.
OpenAI overtakes SpaceX as most valuable private company. Valuation skyrockets with $6.6 billion share purchase. Investors flock to buy employee-owned shares, proving once again that in the tech world, hype is the ultimate currency of choice.
Trump plan limits disability benefits for older Americans, then shrugs. The golden years turn 10 as financial safety nets unravel, ensuring that the only thing aging gracefully is the wealth gap.
Sanai Kakashi poised to lead Japan, breaking a male-dominated tradition. Glass ceilings shadow with the thunderous applause, yet the corridors of power remain lined with the same old patriarchal wallpaper.
Worker Safety Commission has 0 members, backlog grows, companies dodge fines and safety changes. In the absence of oversight, corporate negligence flourishes like mold in a forgotten basement, leaving workers to brave the hazardous consequences.
Alex Pereira knocks out Ankalaev in the first round to regain the light heavyweight title. Victory tastes sweet and fleeting as the cycle of champions spins on, reminding us that glory is as stable as a house of cards.
Democratic candidates' abhorrent texts threaten Virginia elections, turning a bellwether into a potential circus act. One candidate's digital missteps might just reroute the political GPS, leading voters on a detour through the land of scandal and spectacle.
Trump's approval rating nosedives among youth, a demographic slipping away. The TikTok generation swipes left on bombast and bluster, seeking leaders who don't treat policy like a reality TV show.
Box office crowns Swift's release party of a showgirl with $15 leaving Johnson's Smashing Machine in third. When pop beats rock, it's a reminder that glitter and glam often outshine brawn in the relentless spectacle of consumer culture.
New study claims yoga isn't as heart-healthy as you think, shattering illusions of tranquility with a clinical ultrasound. Turns out, all those downward dogs might not be keeping your arteries as zen as you hoped.
Swiss National Bank claims fortress-level protection unlike the US Federal Reserve's glass house. In the world of finance, it seems the Swiss have mastered the art of secrecy while the Fed plays peekaboo with transparency.
Jason Bateman negotiates to direct Grisham's The Partner, with Tom Holland banking on star power.
Populist billionaire Andre Babis wins Czech election, then promises reform from the top of the money pile. When billionaires play politics, it's less about public service and more about seeing how far they can stretch the definition of populist without breaking it.
Involuntary hospitalization increases risk of harm, yet touted as safety. Locking people away who aren't good feels like a twisted fairy tale where the villain wears a lab coat and carries a clipboard.
Google splits Android dev verification into free and paid tiers. Keeps devlist secret. When transparency is as clear as mud, you know the script's flipped. Pay for credibility or stay in the shadows. Either way, Google holds the flashlight.
US slaps 107% tariffs on Italian pasta and calls it protecting American jobs. Because nothing screams job creation like making sure your spaghetti costs more than a steak, all in the name of economic patriotism.
Salty Niners halt Rams in overtime despite missing players, squeezing out a narrow 26-23 win. Nothing says resilience like a battered team pulling through, proving that sometimes a patchwork defense is all it takes to halt a Hollywood offense.
Badenoch Brand's pro-Palestine marches carnivals of hatred at Tory conference, then calls for introspection. Because nothing says self-reflection like passing judgment on thousands while clutching pearls and dodging any real conversation about the roots of conflict.
OpenAI reveals standalone Sora app to bring AI video to your pocket, but no word on privacy safeguards. When your pocket becomes a surveillance studio, remember, the future is not about who's watching, it's who's recording and who gets to edit the narrative.
Canticle of the Sun turns 800, and the planet's still on fire. Saint Francis sang to the sun and moon, but today's serenade is a cacophony of climate change deniers and fossil fuel symphonies.
Georgian police clash with protesters. Detain dozens as ruling party claims local election victory. Nothing spells democracy like a good old-fashioned crackdown.
Saudi Comedy Festival stirs controversy with sex jokes, defying norms in a land of strict rules. When laughter meets censorship, the punchlines hit harder, revealing how humor can be the sharpest tool for challenging tradition in a country where even jokes need permission.
Hungarians coin or banned after Budapest Pride ban backfires spectacularly. When censorship turns into a marketing strategy, you know the powers that be are running out of ideas faster than they can ban rainbows.
European cities erupt in Gaza protests. Arrests in London despite peaceful intentions. In the land of free speech, it seems the volume control's broken, with dissent dialed down and handcuffs turned up to 11.
State/Medicaid provider payments as Trump cuts loom large. When the safety net becomes a web of holes, it turns out that the only thing getting trimmed is the hope of those who need it most.
Taiwan's 2025 growth rate to outpace Korea by 6 times promises economic fireworks. When your GDP's a rocket, it's easy to forget that the launch pad's still made of the same old problems.
Space heater market heats up with 8 tested models. Prices drop but efficiency remains questionable. When best means less cheap but more costly, it's a hot reminder that sometimes warmth is just a clickbait promise wrapped in a cozy sales pitch.
Shutdown, scrap jobs report, economy's pulse stays hidden. When the government plays peekaboo with data, all we get is a guessing game where the stakes are livelihoods and the prize is uncertainty.
Conrail Group raises over 30 grand for Charlie Kirk's statue alongside I-45, calls it a tribute. When you can't win hearts, try winning concrete. Maybe the pigeons will be impressed by your monument to divisiveness.
John Michener claims 50-inch penis. Reality begs questions. In the world of hyperbole,
size may not matter, but truth certainly does, and the internet's still waiting for the tape measure.
Nothing like a browser war to remind us that art isn't dead. It's just buffering while the internet holds it hostage.
Iran dismisses nuclear cooperation, labels IAEA ties irrelevant after sanctions return.
Poland scrambles jets after Ukraine reports 5 killed in Russian strikes. As missiles rain down and power fades, Europe's chessboard lights up with pawns and players, each move more dangerous than the last.
When a reggaeton artist outpaces lawmakers in political savvy, it's time to question who exactly is writing the nation's playlist.
Cataclysmic Warfare album drops at midnight, promises chaos. Another war metal record for when your eardrums need the subtlety of a sledgehammer, because nothing says relax like relentless auditory assault.
Seven websites promise free tools, creativity costs extra. When the price tag reads 0, remember, the real currency is your data, and these platforms are mining you like digital gold.
The Supreme Court strips legal status from 300,000 Venezuelans, then calls it justice. When the gavel falls, lives unravel, yet another chapter in the great American dream, turned nightmare for those.
Georgia protesters storm Tbilisi Palace, then face water cannons. When democracy's salvation involves pepper spray and riot gear, you know the people's voice has been reduced to a whisper drowned out by the state's roar.
Pediatric appendicitis non-operative management fails more often. Meta-analysis reveals higher complication rates within a year. When surgery avoidance leads to more complications, it's a reminder that shortcuts in healthcare often end up being detours through the long, winding road of regret.
"1,000 Swiss glaciers vanished, and the melting accelerates with no breaks in sight. Glaciers once stood as timeless sentinels. Now they're just puddles in the making, while we fiddle with climate pledges that melt faster than ice." Gope targets 5 Senate Democrats over government funding flip. When your budget strategy involves flipping senators like pancakes, it's clear political cuisine has become more about flipping than feeding the nation.
Europe's energy addiction to Russian resources is like a bad breakup. Everyone knows it's toxic, yet the late-night calls just won't stop.
OpenAI promises more granular IP control in Sora after Hollywood character flood. When your solution to unauthorized celebrity cameos is more control, it's like hiring a bouncer after the party's already been crashed.
OPEC glass increases oil production by 137,000 barrels daily, laughs off climate concerns. When fossil fuels get a boost, Mother Nature feels the burn, but hey, at least the oil barons can afford sunscreen made of gold.
When diplomacy sounds like a reality show, you know the scriptwriters are out of ideas and the audience is left with nothing but reruns of chaos.
When a nation's pride turns into a cautionary tale, it's like watching Shakespeare performed with missing pages and no intermission in sight.
Lano drops Head Up, featuring Elcroc. No one's head turns.
Democrats advise to stop saving Republicans. Let them face self-made chaos. It's like bailing out a sinking ship while the captain insists on drilling more holes. Sometimes you just need to let the lifeboats do their job. Federal agents deploy tear gas, arrest dozens as Portland. ICE protest reaches hundreds. When your government's empathy is measured in gas canisters and handcuffs, democracy starts to look like a bad reality TV show with a predictable plot twist.
U.S. envoys rush to Egypt for Gaza ceasefire talks. Trump claims we are very close to peace. Diplomacy on fast forward, but the explosions keep playing in slow motion. It's like trying to douse a fire with a press conference.
Opera launches AI browser at $20 a month, promises focus.
Research connects chemical and protein sequences to predict biocatalytic reactions, aiming for efficiency. Imagine a world where enzymes play matchmaker, pairing chemicals with precision, yet the lab still feels like speed dating with blindfolds. Progress is slow, but hope springs eternal.
Populist billionaire Barbies wins Czech election, rides Trump support. When billionaires and populism tango, democracy gets dizzy. It's like watching a reality TV rerun where the plot twist is always the wealthiest guy winning.
Project 2025 shutdown begins, claiming progress while employees brace for impact. Government shutdowns are the bureaucratic equivalent of pulling the plug and calling it a reset. Only the lights go off, but the bills keep coming.
Pete Hegseth fires U.S. Navy Chief of Staff, claims national security. When TV hosts start calling the shots, you know the military's become just another segment in the news cycle. The real casualty here is credibility.
Ticketmaster UK forced to revamp pricing after Oasis rule exposes tactics. When rock legends clash with ticket giants, it's like watching a high-stakes poker game where everyone's bluffing about fairness. The audience loses while the house always wins.
Gov. Shiro donates $250,000, claims it supports democracy. When politicians sprinkle cash like confetti, remember, influence is the only currency that never loses value. The imprint's more like a brand.
Russian missile and drone attack kills 5, leaves thousands powerless. In the grim arithmetic of war, lives tally up as mere statistics. Power outages become the least of worries when survival is the only currency left.
Death by Cadillacs releases My Queen in 2025, promises nothing but noise. When the music industry pushes electrocore, it's like selling fireworks that only fizzle. The spectacle is in the marketing, not the melody.
UK mosque set ablaze with 2 people inside, police suspect hate crime. When places of worship become targets, faith is tested not just in the divine, but in humanity itself.
It's hard to find sanctuary amidst the ashes of intolerance.
Sharing unreleased songs is like planting seeds in a concrete jungle. Feedback's the rain, but the sun's often blocked by skyscrapers of indifference.
Ravin, Lene, and Kali Uchis drop pop single then call it a ballad. When Cry About It hits the airwaves, the irony isn't lost on listeners who find themselves dancing through their own emotional breakdowns.
Czech election results 99% counted, democracy hanging by a thread. When it takes almost all the votes to see where power shifts, you start to wonder if it's the counting or the counted that's flawed.
Scientists discover hidden protein that switches off hunger, yet obesity rates soar.
Campbell Soup Co. dumps waste in Ohio River, admits to 5,400 violations. The broth may be hearty, but the river's now chunky with corporate carelessness. It's like adding a secret ingredient to your soup that nobody wanted or asked for.
Mass protests erupt across Europe, denouncing Israel's actions in Gaza. From Amsterdam to Istanbul, voices rise against a war that leaves thousands dead. Yet governments remain strategically silent, their hands tied by lucrative arms deals.
Billionaire secures Trump's university deal, promises educational transformation, delivers profit. It's a classic tale of education for sale, where learning is less about enlightenment and more about lining the pockets of those already wearing gold-plated blinders.
Russian drones strike Ukrainian trains, 1 dead, 30 injured, claims Ukraine. When trains become targets, humanity's journey derails, yet leaders still play their chess games with pawns made of flesh and steel.
Grand Duke Guillaume ascends Luxembourg's throne after his father abdicates. Citizens cheer. The monarchy gets a facelift, but the real question is whether a new face will change anything or if it's just a royal game of musical chairs.
George Russell wins Singapore GP, but McLaren secures Constructors' title.
Orson Welles disrupts cultural hierarchy, outshines Citizen Kane with chaotic YouTube fame. When a YouTube clip eclipses cinematic legends, it's clear that the algorithm has become the new auteur, directing the masses with pixelated precision.
Turns out,
Dio's The Last in Line shreds expectations. Metalheads rejoice at the anthem. Heavy metal gods deliver another hit, proving that sometimes the loudest voices are the ones that scream the truth about society's deafening silence.
Long commutes crush sleep schedules, then tiny homes squeeze out rest. Living in a shoebox while spending hours in traffic is a surefire way to dream of a simpler life you'll never have time for.
Activists erect sukkahs on border, then plan festival inside former Gaza settlement. Building huts on contested land to celebrate peace and protection is a bold move, but irony isn't known for respecting boundaries.
Speaker Johnson calls mass layoffs regrettable, then blames Schumer for necessity. In the political blame game, regret seems to be the only currency that's free, but it won't pay the bills of those left jobless.
Losing your job for doing the right thing is the new American dream, where whistleblowers are treated like the problem instead of the solution.
Macron warns social networks risk democracy but ignores state surveillance. Blaming the internet for democracy's woes is like blaming the mirror for your bad hair day. It's easier than addressing the real systemic tangles.
October's market crash potential looms large, and experts say ignore it. When the financial world becomes a haunted house every October, remember, fear sells better than stability, and panic is a broker's best friend.
Israel strikes Gaza hours after ceasefire progress, proving peace is just a headline. Ceasefires are like New Year's resolutions. Easy to declare, harder to keep, especially when old habits die hard and trigger fingers itch.
Ministers announce significant changes to UK's planning system, then forget to define significant. Politicians love promising change, but when it comes to the fine print, it's like trying to find the plot in a soap opera. Lots of drama, no resolution.
Trump wields axe over Democrat agencies as shutdown blame game rages on. It's always easier to blame the other side when you're the one holding the axe, and nothing says leadership like passing the buck while sharpening your tools.
From peacocks on planes to llamas in libraries, it's clear humanity's emotional support animals might be the only sane ones left in the room.
EU proposes unified startup rules for all countries, then calls it efficiency. Streamlining 27 laws into one sounds like a utopian dream, until you realize bureaucracy's hydra grows a new head for every one you cut.
NASA equipment crash lands on Texas farm, then calls it an unexpected touchdown. When high-tech gadgets meet haystacks, even NASA's best-laid plans find themselves grounded quite literally in the heart of America's farm belt.
Donut framework updates, yet global imbalance remains unchecked. A sweet concept turns sour when reality bites. It seems the only thing expanding faster than baselines is the gap between idealistic frameworks and actual planetary stewardship.
Russian media spins sanctions into climate win, then ignores reality. When life gives you sanctions, make eco-friendly lemonade, or so the propaganda narrative goes, conveniently skipping over the smog and suffering.
Federal agents shoot woman, charge her with ramming Border Patrol vehicle.
solid-state sensor uses asymmetric many-body echo to amplify signal. In a world where diamonds are forever, it's the tiny spins that do the heavy lifting, making sure your sensors catch every whisper in the quantum wind.
South Carolina confirms measles outbreak, blames Wakefield virus. The fallout from a discredited study still haunts us. Misinformation spreads faster than a virus when believed trumps science, leaving communities vulnerable to preventable diseases.
Deploying troops between states like chess pieces in a game where the rules are made up and the points don't matter.
Taylor Swift sells out stadiums, then drops cryptic lyrics. In the land of pop, where every heartbreak finds a melody, Ophelia's faith is reborn through catchy hooks and $1 million smile.
When war becomes a routine headline, humanity loses another piece of its soul to the abyss of apathy.
Ontario Premier demands PM Carney fight like hell in Trump meeting sounds like a boxing match. When diplomacy turns into a verbal brawl, you know the stakes are high and the gloves are off. Let's hope the punches are metaphorical.
Retiree questions $6,500 monthly expenses with $1.2 million saved. When the golden years come with a platinum price tag, even $1 million nest egg might feel more like a gilded cage than a golden parachute.
When diplomacy means muzzle your ministers, you know the art of the deal is more like a gag order.
House Speaker accuses Democrats of unserious shutdown talks, while Democrats blame Republicans. In the grand circus of governance, finger-pointing is the main act.
OPEC raises oil production with modest November hike, a drop in the barrel. When modesty is the new excess, you know the game is rigged, more production, same old prices, and your wallet still feels the squeeze.
Poll shows Trump, Republicans, and Democrats all receive failing marks on government shutdown. When everyone gets an F, it's less a report card and more a collective shrug from voters who expected nothing and still felt let down.
Plant compound morin touted as gum disease weapon despite lack of dental revolution. In the battle of teeth versus time, a sprinkle of plant magic promises salvation. But don't toss your floss just yet. Science still demands its pound of proof.
Eight-year-old Alyssa Alibo dreams big in the South Bronx while parents work tirelessly. When dreams outgrow their zip code, it's a race between hope and the systemic hurdles that seem designed to trip us up.
Widow challenges IRS demand for $14,000 over Social Security oversight. When the government wants blood from a stone, it's a masterclass in squeezing the vulnerable while corporations sip champagne in tax havens.
Emma Thompson embraces Dead of Winter role at 66, defies Hollywood's ageism. In a world where silver hair is often a career death knell, Thompson proves that talent and tenacity can outlast the industry's expiration date myths.
East Sussex Mosque fire investigated as hate crime, no injuries reported. In a world where beliefs ignite more than just passion, flames of intolerance burn quietly, leaving no physical scars but plenty of emotional wreckage.
Federal judge dismisses lawsuit against Nirvana for third time, claims photo exploitation. When your 15 minutes of fame turns into a lifetime of regret, it's a stark reminder that nostalgia pays better than lawsuits.
J.D. Vance demands gratitude from specific groups. Guess who they are? When the gratitude police come knocking, it's usually about power, not politeness. Some folks just can't handle a world where everyone gets a say.
Serbian protesters feel abandoned by Brussels. EU silence deafens movement.
Study finds infants' social pathways active at birth. Connectivity predicts fewer social issues by 18 months. Turns out, babies are born ready to judge your face, which is more than we can say for some adults who still struggle with basic human interaction.
OPEC, life boosts oil output by 137,000 barrels despite what fears. When the world teeters on the brink of too much, OPEC loves to cite more is more. Who needs balance when you can have chaos in a barrel?
Noem claims NFL loses sleep over Bad Bunny's Super Bowl spectacle, hyperbole or reality. When a politician's outrage overshadows the actual performance, you know the real show is all about deflecting from dull policy debates.
Georgia PM accuses EU of inciting palace storming, claims coup attempt. When your political strategy involves blaming foreign entities, it's either a genuine international crisis or just a textbook case of scapegoating to dodge accountability.
Pope Leo slams climate change deniers, branding them as short-sighted. When the pontiff becomes the voice of reason, you know it's time to question your life choices. Maybe divine intervention is the only way to melt icy hearts.
AI data centers spike energy bills, leaving everyday folks footing the rising costs. While tech giants chase the next breakthrough, the rest of us are left wondering if we should start lighting our homes with candles again to save a few bucks.
Education debuff. Changes employees' emails to blame Democrats for shutdown. Defies logic. When your IT department becomes a political propaganda machine, it's time to question if public service has devolved into a partisan puppet show.
DNA synthesis firms claim biosecurity software catches threats, yet AI-created proteins slip through undetected.
Pakistan enforces communication blackout amid Jammu and Kashmir protests, ignoring calls for peaceful protest rights. Silencing dissent through digital darkness is like trying to hide a forest fire with a blanket. Eventually, the smoke signals will reach the world.
Modi expresses solidarity with Nepal over flood losses, then increases border tensions. Solidarity is nice, but it doesn't rebuild homes or reverse climate change. Maybe focus on less grandstanding and more sandbagging.
Matisho drops Ancient Child album, promises a fresh sound, yet recycles old beats.
The genre-blending artist serves up another round of déjà vu, hoping nostalgia will mask the lack of innovation, while fans squint for something truly new.
Android spyware disguises as Signal encryption plugin then sells user data. When your privacy tool is a front for surveillance, it's like hiring a burglar as your security guard. Trust is the first casualty in the digital age.
Astronomers favor alien planets like Proxima Centauri b for their potential to support life. Chasing cosmic potential is like buying a lottery ticket in space. The odds are astronomical, but the payoff could redefine existence.
MLS showcases jaw-dropping skills from 2018, highlighting flair over function. Talent dazzles like fireworks on the field, but it's the same old story. No trophy for style points when the scoreboard's empty.
Tesla's insurance faces egregious delays and systemic failures, but calls it innovation. When a company famous for electric speed hits regulatory speed bumps, you know the insurance policy is a bumper sticker saying good luck.
Slate Mini Crossword teases minds with a 5x5 grid, claiming a quick break. 5 minutes of wordplay offers a fleeting escape, but don't be fooled. Crosswords are the caffeine of intellectual procrastination.
After promising safety, mining company buries Welsh village under coal slurry. Corporate negligence cloaked in natural disaster. When profit margins erase entire communities.
New minister promises transparency, then deletes social media history. A clean slate or just a blank one? When digital footprints vanish faster than campaign promises, you know the only thing transparent is the spin.
Germany registers record drone licenses, but airspace chaos looms. The left-foot bird with on disarm churns out drone limits like candy. Its skies resemble a dystopian traffic jam where privacy and safety are mere afterthoughts.
Korea overtakes Japan's cultural influence, then claims it's just getting started. When you blend K-pop, tech, and skincare into a global juggernaut, suddenly sushi and samurai seem like yesterday's headlines.
A currency facelift with no facelift date, 41%. Want the Switch now, but the only thing getting minted is more indecision.
Russia of naval provocations to embrace with some more. When your straits become a playground for Russian destroyers. Expect a future where maritime safety is a quaint memory and diplomacy is just a punchline.
SNL targets Trump in season premiere, then invites backlash. The sketch comedy show lands jabs at the former president, while Bad Bunny tackles halftime haters because nothing says healing like a roast with a side of controversy.
When peaceful revolution
turns into a tear gas bath, you know the government's dreaming is more about control than any genuine dialogue or reform.
Kristi Noem alleges cartels offer $10,000 bounties and ICE stays silent. South Dakota governor spins a tale of danger, yet the agents remain as unbothered as a cat in a sunbeam because fear-mongering is always in fashion.
Wildfires surge globally, 43% of worst disasters in past decade. Call it climate roulette, where nature's infernos are more reliable than your local weather forecast. Maybe it's time to reconsider that summer barbecue plan.
Putin warns Tomahawk supply to Ukraine would destroy U.S. relations. When a former KGB agent lectures on international friendship, it's like Dracula giving advice on vegan diets, rich in irony, low in sincerity.
While a breakthrough in early detection might save lives, it won't save wallets from the medical-industrial complex's relentless squeeze on the unwell and the uninsured.
The Jesus drops new track Do About It, and the algorithm couldn't care less. In an industry where streams don't pay the rent, artists hustle harder for visibility than they do for their craft, leaving talent overshadowed by digital noise.
Lance Blows releases Dove in the Dust, a cinematic pop ballad but forgets melody. When your music video has more plot twists than your song has notes, it's time to rethink your production priorities.
US cites Cuban fighters in Ukraine, urges UN allies to shun Havana. It's like the pot calling the kettle black, while both are busy selling arms to anyone with a checkbook and a grudge.
When the system treats early and late diagnoses like identical twins, it's like giving everyone the same map to different destinations.
Indie rock artist Tamino drops new track, My Dearest Friend and Enemy, and critics call it introspective. When your closest ally doubles as your fiercest rival, it's less a relationship and more an emotional juggling act that's bound to leave some bruises.
Shutdown stores immigrant health care. Promises remain unfulfilled. It's like dangling a carrot in front of a rabbit and then pulling out the rug, except the rabbit's health is at stake.
Grabois released Research Chemicals, a rock anthem, and fans say it's explosive. When your musical experiment involves volatile substances, you're either cooking up a hit or waiting for the inevitable implosion.
Record label releases Sense of Rage, then calls it a calming anthem. It's like selling a hurricane as a gentle breeze. The only thing calming is the irony of the marketing team's twisted sense of humor.
22 states face recession, and economists insist it's just a regional issue. When your local economy crumbles, it's comforting to know that the experts can downplay your suffering as a mere anomaly in their spreadsheets.
Trump demands Israel stop bombing Gaza after Hamas reacts to deal, and the irony is thick. When the art of the deal turns into the art of the contradiction, you know it's just another day in geopolitics where past narratives get rewritten faster than a reality show script.
Russian politician demands Ukraine ceasefire, then gets charged with lying. In a land where truth is treated like a rare artifact, calling for peace is apparently more offensive than waging war.
62-year-old plans to move $200 IRA to money market account, fears Bobby burst. When your retirement nest egg feels like a ticking time bomb, moving to a money market account is like swapping a grenade for a slightly less explosive grenade.
Kurt Wilder congratulates on Bobby says on his victory, then forgets his own.
ICE plans 24/7 social media surveillance team, and they call it enhanced security. When privacy becomes a relic of the past, you can bet the surveillance state has found a way to monetize your late-night memes and cat videos.
U.S. judge blocks Trump's deployment of Oregon National Guard to Portland for now. In a twist of judicial irony, the land of the free gets a temporary reprieve from its own military, highlighting a bizarre dance of power and restraint.
Xi Jinping, once hailed as divine leader, now faces ruinous isolation.
When a city becomes a chessboard for political power plays, the people are just pawns in a game where safety and autonomy are the first casualties.
Crip Trip drops Hayes County rock psych album, fans hail it with 18 thumbs up. When your music is a psychedelic trip, but the only mind you blow is your own, you might be playing to an audience of echoes.
Magritte's La Magie Noire hits Paris auction block, anticipated to fetch millions. When surrealism becomes a luxury item, the irony is thicker than the paint. Art's rebellion now serves the highest bidder's pristine walls.
Keir Starmer warns Britain must choose between decency or division, as if those were the only two options left.
Builder AI secures emergency funds, then CEO pockets compensation, leaving employees broke. When the boss's bonus eats the bread off your table, it's a gourmet meal for one and a hunger strike for the rest. Corporate feasting never tasted so bitter.
Coalition pushes back against European Commission's ban on meaty labels for plants, because tofu just doesn't scream steak. When words on packaging become the battlefield, you know the real meat of the issue is who controls the narrative.
Small biz owner denied funding despite complete paperwork and steady income. When banks see your dreams as liability, maybe it's time to consider if they're just allergic to the scent of ambition.
When Hollywood drama unfolds over casting calls, it's a reminder that fame's fickle game is more about who you know than what you can do.
Supreme Court tackles gun laws and confiscation amid rising public tension. When judges become arbiters of our fears, it's a gamble whether they'll protect rights or just reinforce the status quo.
Kristi Noem warns immigrants to avoid Super Bowl claiming ICE presence, turning a celebration into intimidation. When the big game becomes a stage for fear tactics, it's clear the playbook is less about touchdowns and more about touchy politics.
FBI fires employee for pride flag, then claims diversity commitment. When a rainbow on a desk triggers termination, the colors of inclusion fade to black and white. The agency's spectrum seems limited to red tape and irony.
Politicians love using buzzwords to distract from systemic issues, as if labeling a city could somehow solve the problems they ignore.
Government shutdown enters day 5. Lawmakers bicker over budgets while workers go unpaid. As politicians play fiscal chicken, average citizens get plucked, proving once again that governance often resembles a bad sitcom with no laugh track.
Jazz Attack releases If Our Hearts Are Open but skips the soul. Smooth jazz with a side of corporate sheen, like trying to find authenticity in a boardroom full of motivational posters.
Or a video app launches at zero cost, fixes nothing about misinformation. When the price of access is free, the cost of truth skyrockets. Digital illusions multiply, while accountability takes a backseat in the rideshare to confusion.
Hollywood embraces Israeli films, touts diversity while ignoring Palestinian narratives. The film industry's selective storytelling reveals a love for complex tales as long as they don't disrupt the comfortable status quo, ensuring audiences only see the world through a narrow lens.
Stevie Wonder's "I Just Called to Say I Love You" defined romance through a telephone. In a world now dominated by emojis and texts, the song reminds us when love needed voice instead of a Wi-Fi connection.
In the grand soap opera of football, the plot twist comes when the hero limps off the stage, leaving his team to bask in glory and anxiety simultaneously.
Elvira calls out Ariana Grande, hoping she learns from very offensive interaction, calls it sad. When a pop icon gets schooled by a horror queen, it's clear that even high notes can't drown out poor behavior.
George Russell clinches pole position, but Mercedes calls it historic while ignoring the fuel leaks. In the glamorous world of racing, victory laps are paved with champagne wishes and mechanical nightmares, leaving fans wondering if the real race is against the car itself.
Apple's best laptops are like gourmet fast food. You pay more for the same old taste, dressed in shinier packaging, with a side of buyer's remorse.
"2 hours of exercise weekly cuts, GP visits for joint pain, promises relief. Sweating it out beats waiting it out, but who knew the cure for creaky knees was less couch and more crunch?"
Trump's texts spark health rumors, but he insists it's all fake news with a side of Diet Cola.
In the land of conjecture, every text is a medical mystery, and every tweet a prescription, making us wonder if the real diagnosis is attention deficit.
Christina Aguilera releases Not Myself Tonight, and critics call it a throwback. Electropop nostalgia hits like a sugar high, leaving you craving depth but finding only the empty calories of recycled beats and auto-tuned sheen.
Silicon Valley sells AI companions, promising zero drama and eternal battery life, but the heart knows the difference. In a world where algorithms mimic love and loyalty, the only thing more artificial than intelligence is the notion that loneliness can be programmed away.
When a continent is dismissed by a leader under investigation at home, you know the geopolitical pot is calling the kettle black.
Burke Ozer blocks 3 penalties in a row, and Roma's strategy turns into a comedy of errors. When your backup plan is as flimsy as your first, it's clear the only goal here was to showcase the art of missed opportunity.
Adam F. drops aromatherapy in 96, but it still slaps.
Only 35% of this collection features Canadian artists, excluding technicalities like heart being labeled CanCon. When your national pride gets tangled in bureaucratic definitions, it's like calling a maple leaf a flag just because it's red.
Marketing firms tout 11 AI tools promising efficiency and personalization. When algorithms replace creativity, expect campaigns that know your favorite color but miss the soul of human connection, leaving your inbox full and your heart empty.
Elizabeth Olsen considers Marvel Return but admits superhero fatigue. Even the stars know the capes are starting to feel like capes, but the paycheck still has that superhero shine.
Kristi Noem labels Chicago a war zone after federal agents shoot a woman. When a city becomes a political prop, it's easier to point fingers than to fix systemic issues. Meanwhile, the real war is against accountability. Scientists reveal Jurassic lizard with snake-like jaws. No one surprised. In the age of dinosaurs, this lizard clearly knew how to keep its options open, unlike modern reptiles stuck in a loop of basic survival.
Private equity loves a good buffet of buy low, sell high, and call it strategic restructuring. Meanwhile, the workers get served the scraps.
When your political strategy involves channeling the spirit of Nigel Farage, you might need a new game plan that doesn't revolve around borrowed fear tactics.
Israel intensifies strikes on Gaza while negotiators journey to Egypt. Diplomacy and destruction dance their twisted tango, leaving civilians to wonder if peace is just a mirage in the desert of endless conflict.
EU debates crypto regulation while tech innovation risks suffocation. In the race between protection and progress, Europe might just find itself with a handful of regulations and a pocket full of missed opportunities.
Gavin Newsom announces Trump sends 300 California guards to Oregon, and the federal government treads states like interchangeable chess pieces. Maybe the real national emergency is the lack of coherent strategy for actual emergencies.
Hamas claims agreement to release Israeli hostages contradicts Trump's Gaza peace plan. When peace plans involve hostage negotiations, you have to wonder if the strategy is more about headlines than harmony.
Bond traders bet big on longer terms before 4% yield disappears. In a world where short-term gains rule, daring to dream of long-term profits is like planning a picnic in a hurricane, bold, but probably wet and miserable.
Free Software Foundation streams its 40th anniversary, but freedom remains an illusion. Celebrating with digital handcuffs, they promise open source while your data dances in corporate clouds, proving once again that freedom comes with invisible chains.
Indie punk band Die Spitz drops Sorry for the Delay, promises pop-punk anthem. When even your angst has to wait its turn, you know the music industry is more about the queue than the queue.
Scientists identify NR2 protein's role in hunger signals, then obesity persists. For every breakthrough, revealing why our brains crave a midnight snack, there's a new diet plan that costs more than the groceries it saves you from buying.
Nature corrects EBI2 study, admits duplicate figures in flow cytometry data. When your science needs a do-over, perhaps it's time to admit that even data can accidentally clone itself, proving once again that replication is both a goal and a glitch.
God dooms of Romney then wakes to Trump and Carson leading. Nostalgia for a candidate who once seemed too moderate is a strange comfort when the alternatives are a reality show host and a retired neurosurgeon with no political experience.
Guitar sales surge, brands claim a new golden age, but musicians still struggle to pay rent. While corporations strum profits, the creators of the soundtrack to Rebellion face eviction notices, proving the golden age is just a gilded cage.
Susan Ley confronts stronger conservative backbench after Hasty's resignation rattles party. When your political chessboard loses a knight, expect the pawns to start dreaming of queendom as the backbenchers flex their newfound muscle against the party's lead.
Kristi Noem claims ICE will swarm the Super Bowl. Because nothing says enjoy the game like the looming threat of deportation, right? Maybe they'll throw in a halftime show featuring the deportation dance-off.
Sen Kelly warns healthcare premiums might surge during shutdown. Imagine the irony. A government shutdown supposed to save money ends up costing you more for staying alive. Who knew fiscal responsibility could be so pricey?
Trump promises Gaza peace deal, then Israel intensifies airstrikes. Reality checks bounce. Peace talks are like a mirage in the desert. visible from afar, but evaporating under the heat of political posturing and military might.
It's a plot twist worthy of a tabloid soap opera when a mogul falls from grace, proving even the rich can't buy their way out of everything.
Evan Roos misses try against the Ospreys. The ball's bounce betrays him at the last second. In sports like life, sometimes you do everything right and still end up short, proving fate's a fickle friend with a cruel sense of humor.
Classical music's timeless brilliance struggles against the cacophony of viral cat videos and influencer antics, proving that sometimes art's true value is drowned out by the noise of modernity.
Adoption agencies promise forever homes, then kids face broken dreams in white Oregon towns. A heart-wrenching tale of cultural displacement and identity crisis unfolds as promises of family and belonging shattered like fragile glass under the weight of reality.
Czech anti-Russian party claims interference after 429 votes. Irony lost in translation. When election results make conspiracy theories look more plausible than political platforms, you know democracy's having a rough day at the polls.
Federal judge blocks Trump's National Guard deployment, then chaos remains. Portland breathes a momentary sigh of relief as the shadow of federal force recedes, but the underlying tensions still simmer like a pot with the lid barely on.
Chelsea claims Courtois broke promises, then accuses director of betrayal over Real Madrid move. In the world of high-stakes soccer, loyalty is as rare as a snowflake in hell. It's a game where contracts are written in disappearing ink.
In a plot twist worthy of a reality TV show, the economy is the villain and the hero, while Trump's narrative spins like a carousel of excuses.
Gaslighting warps reality, leaving victims questioning their own sanity, researchers at McGill reveal. Your brain becomes the world's most unreliable narrator when manipulation turns truth into fiction. But hey, at least you get a front row seat to your own psychological thriller.
Sydney flat becomes shooting gallery as man fires 50 shots, injuring bystanders and damaging property. When your apartment's balcony turns into a scene from a bad action movie, it's time to rethink your life choices and maybe your neighborhood.
Space drama unfolds as Alpha combusts, while Europe dreams of a pint-sized cosmic cruiser, proving that size matters even in the vast emptiness of space.
Nothing says, "I love you," like a symphony of chaos. Who knew that the sound of heartbreak could be so marketable and melodic?
Ingenious design turns paper art into aerospace tech, yet the price tag remains a parachute in itself, floating out of reach for many.
Czech elections yield a fractured parliament with 5 parties claiming victory, unity nowhere in sight. The only thing more divided than the districts is the collective will to govern. Democracy now with extra chaos, no assembly required.
CBS Sports mourns Chuck Milton, a TV legend whose persona overshadowed his own achievements in sports television. When your personality is larger than life, it's a shame your legacy ends up just a footnote in the industry's relentless march forward.
Jane Goodall suggests Trump for spaceship, calls it a send-off. When your life's work is saving primates, launching a political one into orbit might just be the ultimate conservation effort.
Russian missiles ignite Lviv Industrial Park. No military targets hit, no casualties reported. When your missiles are more lost than your foreign policy, you're just burning your own credibility. Lviv stands scorched but defiant.
Trump attacks judge over National Guard block, claims Portland needed troops. When your idea of justice is sending soldiers against citizens, maybe it's time to reassess who you're actually protecting.
Fourth graders win podcast challenge, defy expectations. When kids outshine seasoned broadcasters, it's a reminder that fresh voices can cut through the noise, even if they still need help tying their shoes.
When your digital guardrails are built on denial and wishful thinking, expect the hackers to laugh all the way to the bank.
Munich Airport reopens after drones force closure, impacting nearly 3,000 passengers with flight cancellations. In the age of high-tech security, it seems a toy with a camera can still bring a major airport to its knees.
Voodoo rhythms mesmerize.
AI-generated Jenna Ortega inflames ownership debate while Hollywood clings to its outdated playbook. When your industry's biggest stars can be conjured from code, maybe it's time to rethink who or what actually deserves a star on the Walk of Fame.
Takaichi wins, yen falls, stock futures rise in a contradictory dance. When currency weakens and stocks climb, it's like juggling chainsaws while riding a unicycle. Impressive if you pull it off, but the odds aren't in your favor.
OpenAI and Jony Ive fumble AI device while promising a revolution they can't yet define. In the race to build the future, it seems like the only thing these tech gurus are certain about is the color of their next turtleneck.
School lunches shrink to half-sized portions. Call it a healthier choice. When "Make America Healthy Again" means serving air sandwiches with a side of nothing, it's like putting a band-aid on a bullet wound and calling it surgery.
New study reveals most people can't distinguish AI voices from humans, blurring lines between authenticity and imitation. In a world where machines echo human sound, the art of conversation becomes a guessing game, and the punchline is always on us.
In a world where silence is complicity, the echoes of destruction seem louder than the promises of peace, and the power grid isn't the only thing left in the dark.
In the endless quest for innovation, we finally found something darker than our energy bills, but don't expect your phone to stop crashing anytime soon.
Takashi wins, markets rally, yen plummets, and investors cheer. When profit margins soar on the wings of political promises, currency stability is just a speed bump on the road to unchecked speculation.
Hosseo's Comet shows mosaic anatomy, revealing ancient complexity scientists still struggle to comprehend. In the world of lizards and snakes, evolution's patchwork quilt leaves paleontologists piecing together a jigsaw with missing edges and no picture on the box.
Long secures another 3-year term, promises continuity amid chaos. When the watchdog's leash is held by the same hand, expect the market's bark to drown out any real bite.
When peace talks are built on emissions and conditions, expect the blueprint to resemble more of a maze than a map to resolution.
Peloton revamps equipment, launches commercial unit, and raises prices right before holidays. Just when you thought holiday spending couldn't get worse, Peloton's new AI cameras will track your guilt as you pedal deeper into debt.
Hollywood rejects dinosaur war film, director self-produces, defies odds. Sometimes, the only way to see dinosaurs in battle is to wrestle the studio system into submission and make extinction look like a budget line item.
Open printer launches with DRM-free ink, no subscriptions, promises liberation from corporate ink traps. Finally, a printer that doesn't hold your wallet hostage every time you need to print a boarding pass. Tech giants might need a new revenue model.
Steve Winwood re-releases I'm a Man in 2024, still insists he's one at 76. Aging rockers cling to youth by recycling hits, hoping nostalgia outweighs the irony of singing about manhood with a senior discount card.
Pritzker claims Trump plans to send National Guard after Border Patrol shoots woman. Deploying troops to a city like it's a video game level ignores the complex lives of real people who aren't just bonus points.
Lana Del Rey and Jeremy Dufresne appear at Valentino, defying the odds of celebrity couple privacy. When your relationship is more mysterious than your latest album, showing up in public is basically a press release. Fashion weeks are the new therapy sessions.
Taylor Swift drops new album, critics label it a masterpiece of cringe with no sense of irony. When artists chase relatability by overloading on cliches, they risk turning genuine emotion into a parody of itself, like a Hallmark card on repeat.
When your name's cleared but your reputation's still on trial, it's like leaving the courtroom wearing a scarlet letter instead of a badge of innocence.
Trump repeats firing threats while Democrats claim administration refuses shut down talks because nothing says leadership like a good old-fashioned stalemate. When negotiation becomes a game of chicken, the only winners are the ones selling popcorn at this political theatre, and the rest of us are left cleaning up the mess.
When the power of protest meets the iron grip of authority, the cries for justice are often drowned out by the clinking of handcuffs and the rustle of paperwork.
Russian propagandists break ranks as chronic war fatigue sets in. When even the spin doctors need a break, you know the narrative's unraveling faster than a cheap sweater in a washing machine.
Titans end longest losing streak with fumble recovery touchdown, because nothing says victory like capitalizing on someone else's mistake. In a league where the ball is more slippery than a used car salesman, seizing a fumble is just another day in the life of a desperate team.
Internet costs in 2025 rise, median price per MemD cell quadruples. The digital divide's new motto, pay up or slow down, because equality in bytes is as elusive as a unicorn in Silicon Valley.
Smashing Pumpkins resurrect Melancholy, the 30th anniversary, because nostalgia is the only thing selling in 2025. Repackaging Infinite Sadness is the music industry's way of proving that even melancholy has a shelf life.
When it comes to tech ethics, Uncle Sam's gone AWOL, leaving the rest to save us from our own dystopian inventions.
Donald Trump orders Israel to stop bombing Gaza as When the art of the deal involves human lives, even a broken clock can be right twice a day. Diplomacy now comes with a side of unpredictability.
Taylor Swift drops The Life of a Showgirl, and the music industry quakes like it's Super Bowl Sunday. The only thing more predictable than Taylor Swift's chart-topping success is the industry's dependence on her to keep the lights on and the champagne flowing.
Check election results corrected after recount democracy hiccups. Check Turns out, democracy is just a numbers game where counting is the hardest part and truth gets a second chance after all the speeches.
Richard Desmond sues over national lottery decision, claiming conflict of interest tainted the process. Because nothing screams fairness like a billionaire questioning the integrity of a system he couldn't buy his way into.
Coffee prices jumped 20% in the EU, leaving wallets jittery. Estonia and Latvia must be brewing liquid gold, while Portugal and Malta enjoy a discount on their morning existential crises.
Candidates file federal suits once election rules allegedly infringe constitutional rights or show blatant bias against them. Because nothing says democracy like spending more on lawyers than on policies, ensuring the system remains balanced on a razor's edge of litigation.
Only 240,000 whale sharks remain, and conservationists call it progress. When the ocean's gentle giants start vanishing, maybe it's time we re-evaluate our priorities. But hey, at least the plastic population is booming.
Comedy's a cutthroat gig where the only safety net is a punchline, and even that gets yanked if ratings dip.
Packing cubes promise organized travel bliss, priced at $20, yet chaos reigns. 40 years of living without fabric boxes, only to find that monetizing space is a new frontier in personal freedom.
Marco Rubio claims Gaza war persists while Israel and Hamas eye negotiations. Diplomacy's a dance where the music's always changing and everyone steps on each other's toes to the beat of political posturing.
Israel Defense Forces dropped grenades near Irish peacekeepers, call it a mere mishap. When keeping peace involves dodging explosives, maybe the definition of peacekeeping needs a serious makeover or at least a helmet upgrade.
Hattrick profits after launching US version of Have I Got News For You. Apparently, the secret to financial success is rebranding British satire for Americans. Who knew laughing at your own absurdity could be so lucrative?
Discord data breach exposes user info and scanned IDs, privacy taken for a ride. In the digital age, our personal details are traded like baseball cards, except nobody wins and everyone gets the short end of the stick.
YouTube lore video creator uploads because boredom inspires creativity. When boredom births content, it's a reminder that even the most mundane moments can spark a digital avalanche of storytelling and procrastination.
"88-year-old Thomas Pynchon releases novel after 12 years, claims it's his detective story comeback. Old authors never die, they just keep writing until reality resembles their fiction, proving that age is just a number, but royalties are forever.
Police release body cam footage, then call it transparency despite reluctance.
Apparently, they're convinced the disabled are living it up on lavish government checks, because nothing screams luxury like endless paperwork and bureaucratic hoops. Sydney man fires 50 shots from flat, injures 16, and police call it a disturbance.
Russian bloggers with 10,000 subs must hand admin rights to Roskomnadzor bot.
When curiosity When prosperity is measured by imaginary numbers, it's like grading a student on how fast they can run a hamster wheel.
Governor Newsom claims Trump federalizes California troops, calls it abuse. When your troops become pawns in a game of political chess, you start questioning if the board is rigged against you from the start.
Turns out, the real gas bags might be the ones behind the spreadsheets, as nature once again proves it has a few surprises up its cud-chewing sleeve.
European champion Yusuf Dikek defeats German opponent, but media barely notices. Victory in sports is like a tree falling in an empty forest. If no one's covering it, does it even make a sound?
Vision Pro launched at $3,500. Fixes nothing. When your vision costs more than rent, even the most loyal fans might start seeing other brands. Affordability isn't just a buzzword, it's survival.
Taylor Swift unveils new merch line and fans joke about direct paycheck deposits. In the cult of celebrity, worshippers willingly tithe, proving that sometimes the real show isn't on stage, but in the relentless devotion of the crowd.
"15 years after Ajeka disaster, Hungary's wounds remain, but lessons fade. Time heals all wounds, they say, but it seems environmental scars have their own stubborn timeline, especially when profit margins overshadow safety regulations.
When your experimental track title sounds like a public safety announcement, maybe it's time to rethink your creative direction. Irony doesn't always translate into streams, but it sure raises eyebrows.
Five-day government shutdown stalls progress. Both parties dig in deeper. In the grand circus of politics, the audience pays for tickets to watch a show where the clowns forgot their punchlines, but keep juggling our hopes.
When your dance rock anthem outlasts the very genre it aimed to conquer, you know you've struck gold. Just don't expect the disco ball to keep spinning in the graveyard of trends.
Claire Danes' tribute account gains 0 followers, yet hope persists. In the vast digital echo chamber, shouting into the void feels like a full-time job with 0 benefits and a boss who never shows up.
Hamas demands release of terror chiefs, then offers hostages. When your bargaining chips are human lives, you've traded morality for leverage. The real terror is how easily humanity becomes a currency in political poker.
New York mandates electric-only new buildings, calls it green progress. Powering up the future with electricity sounds great, until you realize the grid's still running on yesterday's dirty coal and gas.
Trump's Justice Department fires experienced terrorism prosecutors, then calls it reform. When expertise is the first casualty, you know the real terror might be the decisions made in the echoing silence of empty offices.
Pete Hegseth fires U.S. Navy Chief of Staff, then claims efficiency.
Ukrainian champion Usyk restores Lviv Museum and punches back at war. When a heavyweight boxer steps into the ring of cultural preservation, it's a testament that not all battles are fought with fists, some are won with bricks and mortar.
Media warns shutdown could hurt fragile economy, then admits past shutdowns did nothing. When your argument is as shaky as your economic predictions, it's almost like they're using fear to spin the wheel of fortune.
Russian drone barrage strikes Ukraine, kills 5, triggers blackouts, calls it a strategic victory. In the age of digital warfare, nothing says progress, like plunging civilians into the dark while claiming you're lighting the way to peace.
In a game where every angle is scrutinized, it's amusing when technology meant to capture the play becomes the invisible 12th man, knocking the ball off course and leaving fans with a missed moment.
When a tech giant becomes a tangled mess of lost parcels and fake reviews, it's like watching a robot trip over its own wires.
Honolulu mayor rants at council meeting, then praises transparency. When leadership turns into a public meltdown, it's like watching a maestro confuse a symphony with a solo on a kazoo.
The staple singers covered the weight and load soul into every note, leaving listeners lighter. When music becomes your therapy, a song about burdens somehow makes you feel like you're floating, proving irony is the best medicine.
"500 arrested in London protest, then authorities claim success."
When cultural fusion becomes a marketing strategy.
Bane Viper creates 1 trillion DNS queries, fueling vast malware and ad fraud network.
Bank pushes $10 tax on Tharikoi Trust cash out. When the math feels off, it's usually the bank's calculator that's broken, not your instincts. Trust the numbers, not the trustees.
Badenoch denounces pro-Palestine marches as carnivals of hatred at Tory conference, citing unchecked extremism. When a call for justice is branded as a parade of hate, it's a classic move to divert from the real issues, like a magician blaming the rabbit for the trick going wrong.
Pritzker warns Trump against sending troops after Border Patrol shoots woman in Chicago. When your border policy requires a bulletproof vest in your own city, maybe it's time to rethink the definition of protection and patriotism.
Israel accused of detaining Greta Thunberg in an infested cell, then making her hold flags. When climate activism meets geopolitical theater, it's hard to tell if the cell is infested with insects or just bad intentions.
Salafi promises simplicity but charges hidden fees for basic features. When your e-commerce platform sells you control and delivers a maze of upsells, it's a masterclass in digital sleight of hand.
Judge upholds Oregon's lawsuit blocking National Guard deployment, then calls it a victory for state rights. When the National Guard is more political pawn than public protector, justice looks like a court ruling rather than a parade of tanks.
Taylor Swift targets Charli XCX in new album and then claims it's just creative expression. When the Queen of Pop punches down, it feels less like art and more like a playground brawl where the swings are made of platinum.
When the podcast bros turn their backs, it's like losing a reality show where the audience is the jury and the verdict is brutal.
Sharpie moves pen production to the US, claiming it will cut costs and boost quality. When manufacturing shifts home for savings, it's the kind of math that makes you wonder if they're counting on magic or just hoping you won't notice. The price tag stays the same.
India and China resume direct flights after 5 years of distance.
Courtney Cox embraces drumming and the internet compares her to Kroll. When sitcom royalty swaps scripts for drumsticks, it's a midlife crisis we can all get behind, unless you're her neighbor needing some peace.
Australia secures defense deal with Papua New Guinea, promising security and cooperation while raising eyebrows. When a key defense agreement sounds more like a game of Risk, you have to wonder if the real threat is the paperwork or the silent partners watching from the sidelines.
Russia's central bank warns faster price rises due to new taxes. When funding a war, the cost trickles down to everyone except the decision makers. Citizens pay in rubles, while leaders cash in on power.
When a smooth voice glides over a classic, it's like putting silk on a silkier silk, but don't expect the revolution to be televised.
Georgian government resists pressure for reform, promises transparency. When leaders promise transparency but deliver opacity, citizens end up squinting through a fog of political doublespeak, hoping to catch a glimpse of accountability.
Populist billionaire Andrei Babasic wins Czech election, promising change while keeping the status quo. Electing a billionaire to fix the system is like hiring a fox to guard the henhouse. The only thing that gets redistributed is the blame when feathers start flying.
When your strategy involves taking 1 step forward and 3 steps back, it's less a military campaign and more a confused cha-cha across the battlefield.
Thai inflation sinks below zero for 6th month. Central bank considers rate cuts to stimulate. When inflation goes negative, it's like a diet where you gain weight. The economy swears it's slimming down, but your wallet still doesn't fit in last year's jeans.
When nations play chess with real lives, it's not about strategy, but the high cost of human pawns on a bloody board.
Like a game of Monopoly where all the properties are mortgaged, the only winners are the ones who never played. Customers now face the pharmaceutical duopoly gauntlet.
US government invests billions in startups, demands innovation but stifles with red tape. It's like asking a sprinter to run a marathon while tying their shoelaces together and wondering why they aren't breaking records.
Coinbase seeks national trust charter, claims growth while dodging regulations. It's like asking for a license to fly while insisting you won't follow air traffic control. Hope they packed a parachute.
While the world spins its wheels in geopolitical theater, a lone captain becomes the scapegoat for a circus of oil-soaked diplomacy, proving that the blame game never runs out of players.
Trump administration offers teen migrants $2,500 to leave the U.S. voluntarily, calls it a solution. When a nation's hospitality comes with a price tag, it's less about charity and more about the cold economics of exclusion.
Blizzard traps nearly 1,000 on Tibetan side of Mount Everest. Nature's ruthless reminder. As humanity's ego scales peaks for bragging rights, the mountain laughs in avalanches and ice, reminding us that nature's supremacy needs no summit selfies or social media validation.
It's like swapping captains on a sinking ship and wondering why the lifeboats are suddenly more popular.
Protesters in Pakistan's Kashmir end deadly demonstrations after government agreement sees a fragile truce. When promises are inked on paper but carved in mistrust, governments and protesters dance the tango of temporary peace, knowing well that agreements are as thin as the paper they're written on. UK health guidance promotes cousin marriage, claims benefits, sparks outrage.
Governments fear superintelligent AI could destroy humanity, but Silicon Valley's cheerful apocalyptics call it evolution. When tech's brightest cheer for the end, it's either visionary optimism or the ultimate get-rich-quick scheme minus the quick.
Russia boosts military spending. Economists claim peace not on the agenda. When the budget tilts towards tanks and missiles, peace talks become whispers in a room full of shouting generals. After all, guns speak louder than words when wallets are wide open.
Eastern European 16th century map sold for a fortune ends up in private hands. Nothing like preserving history by locking it away from the public. It's like reading a book and then burning it for warmth.
Traders' Ferrari dreams crashed Wall Street with an 11,000 to 1 bond bet. When your gamble's leverage could catapult you to Mars, perhaps it's time to question if financial oversight is more myth than practice. After all, fantasy often drives faster than reality.
Catchy beats to distract you from the fact that you're dancing on the deck of a sinking ship.
Politicians embrace stalemate while government shutdown grips the nation. When two parties agree only on disagreement, it's a wonder they still call it a democracy. Maybe the real shutdown is in their ability to compromise.
Letter warns Americans are less safe after federal prosecutor fired, but the administration claims everything's fine. When the watchdogs get muzzled, who guards the henhouse? Apparently, it's foxes in suits, offering security through selective blindness.
Kate Winslet's vintage photo surface. Nostalgia sells like hotcakes. It's easier to romanticize the past when you're not living in it. But hey, at least the lighting was flattering.
Russia targets passenger trains with drones, killing 1 and injuring 30 in Ukraine.
Ukraine obliterates Russian cavalry, a boast from the 1950s. When your tactics are as outdated as your history books, maybe it's time to rethink your strategy, or at least your choice of century.
Event startup Particle fails to strip GPS data from photos, exposing user locations unintentionally. When your party pics become a breadcrumb trail for stalkers, privacy becomes a punchline. Tech promises safety but delivers exposure, one careless upload at a time.
MF Ring drops Foolish featuring MF Dome, but the radio waves remain eerily silent. In a world where mediocrity gets airtime, lyrical genius is relegated to the underground, echoing brilliance in the shadows.
Andras Babishesh claims election victory then faces political minefield. Winning an election is one thing. Keeping a coalition of reluctant allies together is like herding cats in a room full of laser pointers.
Google confirms Android dev verification with free and paid tiers, but no public dev list ensures mystery. When transparency gets a cost option, it's like buying a ticket for a magic show where the rabbit never appears. You pay for clarity, but all you get is smoke and mirrors.
American Hotel's question triggers greatest immigration story never told. Imagine discovering a tapestry of human journeys woven through hotel registers, like finding a library in a place designed for fleeting stays and forgotten names.
Gavin Newsom overturns Kamala Harris's anti-truancy law, then calls it a win for education. When truancy is criminalized, education becomes a punishment, not a privilege. Reversing this law might just give kids a reason to show up.
Pop-punk band Sum 41 recruits Slayer's Kerry King defies genre boundaries. It's the musical equivalent of a mullet. Business in the front, thrash in the back, proving once again that contradictions make the best chaos.
Grunge Engineer's Bluesman drops, promises authenticity then drowns in cliches. It's like ordering a gourmet meal and getting a TV dinner. All the right words, none of the soul, blues gone beige.
Bernardo Silva attempts Cuju, ancient football, but modern fans scratch heads over relevance. When a millionaire athlete kicks it old school, it's less about tradition and more about proving that even sports stars need gimmicks to stay interesting.
Pep Guardiola insists Premier League favorite stack shifts constantly, and patience is key. In a world where loyalty lasts as long as the next paycheck, even kings like Guardiola know the crown is a rental.
Politicians whisper about a soft coup then insist democracy remains healthy. It's like a magician saying, "Nothing up my sleeve," while pulling strings behind the curtain.
Cameron Winter releases $0 semi-lift track, not the album version, and fans are left wondering if authenticity is worth the bargain bin price. In a world where everything's a remix, paying nothing for a half-baked performance is like getting a free meal that leaves you hungry for the real thing.
Greta Thunberg claims bedbug-infested cell detention, then Israel denies mistreatment. When ICO warriors get treated like pests, you know the planet's in trouble. Maybe they think ignoring climate change will make it go away.
Tens of thousands rally for hostages as Trump's Gaza plan faces final push. When desperation meets politics, the cries for freedom often drown in the noise of diplomatic handshakes and photo ops.
Apple releases new iPad for $49, calls it affordable while slashing prices by 9% to mask the inflation bite. In the tech world, calling a minor discount a deal is like putting a bow on an empty box and calling it a gift.
Deloitte returns $40,000 to Albanese government after AI report fabrications. When your AI starts hallucinating, maybe it's time to question who's really dreaming. Deloitte's refund is just a band-aid on a digital blunder.
Tories claim £47 billion savings by cutting welfare, aid, and civil service, then blame skyrocketing costs on previous leadership. It's like setting a house on fire, then bragging about how much water you've saved by not calling the fire department.
Federal judge blocks National Guard deployment to Oregon despite escalating protests. Deploying soldiers to silence voices of dissent is like using a sledgehammer to swat a fly. The chaos only echoes louder.
U.S. judge blocks Trump deploying California National Guard to Portland temporarily. Looks like Trump's dreams of federal muscle in Portland hit a legal wall. When even the National Guard needs a timeout, maybe it's time to reconsider the playbook.
Trump praises Israel-Hamas ceasefire, claims credit for peace. When you're the self-proclaimed architect of every global handshake, even ceasefires become just another notch on the belt of delusion.
Fast and Furious 11 falters, script and budget challenges drive it off course, and Vin Diesel's charisma can't fuel this one. When your plot's thinner than your budget, maybe it's time to trade high-speed chases for high-stakes storytelling.
Researchers isolate cochlea, claim true hearing discovery.
Trump authorizes National Guard in Chicago, while judge blocks federal troops in Portland. When the solution to unrest is more boots on the ground, it's like trying to smother a wildfire with gasoline. The flames only leap higher.
Trump loses podcaster support and the echo chamber falls silent, revealing the hollow ring of fading influence. When your biggest fans turn critics, it's like your favorite playlist suddenly skipping to static.
Vladimir Guerrero Jr. slams history, Yankees' dreams shatter, leaving fans with a bitter taste of déjà vu. Blue Jays fans rejoice while Yankees supporters contemplate the irony of an unstoppable force meeting their movable object.
Music industry releases folk ballad, claims it's peaceful. In 2025, even the deepest sea can't drown out the sound of profit margins harmonizing with streaming algorithms in perfect disharmony.
Trump sends 300 California National Guard troops to Oregon, then defies post-deployment order. Chaos ensues. Legal battles rage on, while the National Guard becomes a pawn on the chessboard of political theatrics, leaving states in a state of disarray.
Bad Bunny headlines Super Bowl angers MAGA crowd. Nothing screams patriotism like a halftime show where the real offense is singing in a language that some folks can't be bothered to understand.
Cracker Barrel dumps design firm after disastrous logo change confuses customers. When your new logo looks like a toddler's art project, even nostalgia can't save you from the ridicule of the internet's ruthless design critics.
NASA's Webb telescope captures thousands of newborn stars, calls it cosmic fireworks in the Lobster Nebula. While the universe celebrates stellar births, Earth remains tangled in its petty squabbles, proving once again that humanity's dramas are outshone by interstellar beauty.
Germany proposes chat control, threatens rights. When surveillance disguises itself as security, privacy becomes a quaint memory, like rotary phones or the belief that the internet was ever a safe space.
Judge blocks Trump's Oregon National Guard deployment, branding it a constitutional overreach. In a rare victory for checks and balances, the law momentarily outpaces political theatrics, reminding us that even power should occasionally pause for a judicial timeout.
Removing 50 objects from orbit halves space jump danger, but costs skyrocket. Space agencies treat debris like a cosmic Marie Kondo session, yet billions spent won't spark joy if satellites keep playing bumper cars in the void.
Trump praises Ukraine's war effort, then questions linger about US policy shift. When foreign policy becomes a reality show, expect plot twists and dramatic reversals, with allies left guessing whether to cheer or brace for the next episode.
Wrong-year children play in crisis with jump ropes and hide and seek. In a world that offers them little more than uncertainty, they craft joy from scraps, proving resilience is the only toy that never breaks.
When keeping it real requires a cuss jar, the line between genuine and gimmick blurs, leaving voters to wonder if it's conviction or just another campaign prop.
High school regrets surface, ready to repent after years of silence. Ah, the sweet taste of delayed guilt. Nothing like realizing you were a jerk when your hair's already graying, and the only thing left to do is apologize to your own conscience.
Russian drones pound Lviv, then humanitarian aid arrives late. The word's empathy is on a delayed flight stuck in transit, while local heroes extinguish flames with empty promises and a bucket of courage.
In the grand theatre of autoimmune chaos, macrophages play understudy to T cells, cleaning up the debris, while the main act of diabetes destruction marches on unscathed.
when your political messiah fails to deliver.
HBO Max ends livestream access November 17th. Subscribers left fluttering. Warner Bros. Discovery pulls the plug, leaving viewers to wonder if their monthly subscription now includes a side of disappointment and reruns.
Black holes might unlock a 60-year-old cosmic mystery, still devour everything. In the cosmic game of hide-and-seek, black holes hold all the cards, swallowing clues whole while we chase shadows and whisper theories into the void.
When the American dream sounds like a rock anthem, but the lyrics scream disillusionment, you know reality's not just a remix, it's a broken record.
US lags in global electric car race, despite selling over 1 million last year. While the world revs up for an electric future, the US stalls at the gas pump, clutching its fossil fuel past like a worn-out map to nowhere.
India bans cough syrup in 3 states following child fatalities. In a country where healthcare is often a bitter pill, banning syrup is the sweet solution they concocted to avoid addressing systemic failures.
U.S. economy reports 3.8% growth, but wages remain stagnant. You can almost hear the confetti cannons, except it's just the sound of shareholders popping champagne while workers wonder if they can afford rent.
In the mining world, the only thing that flows faster than mud is the corporate spin trying to bury the human cost in profit margins.
EU unveils new tech strategy claiming independence from US and China, but lacks clear funding plan. A bold move, if only ambition could pay the bills. Instead, it's just another chapter of geopolitical tug-of-war with a side of wishful thinking.
China sentences scam kingpins to death, billion-dollar empire crumbles. Justice served with a side of irony. The real scam might be believing that eliminating a couple of kingpins will dismantle the entire criminal underworld.
Federal judge blocks National Guard deployment, defying Trump's expanding list of targets. Deploying soldiers against citizens seems less like law and order and more like a dystopian dress rehearsal where the script is written with fear and ego.
Takaishi Win drops yen while Tokyo stocks eye gains, but optimism feels misplaced. Betting on political shifts to fix an economy is like expecting a broken clock to tell time accurately twice a day.
One in 4 Brits fear loved ones drinking as 10 million exceed low-risk limits.
OpenAI shakes stock market without being listed, defying Wall Street logic. It's like watching a ghost manipulate the living, proving you don't need a seat at the table to flip it over and spill the tea.
Georgia protesters storm Tbilisi Palace, then face crackdown. When democracy's a distant dream, and the palace walls feel closer than the ballot box, expect more than just words to be thrown.
Stun Martin slashes Outlook again, blames tariffs, investors yawn. Seems like luxury cars can't outrun economic reality. Tariffs and lower sales are the new speed bumps on the road to opulence.
Broody Brothers release Me More Cowboy Than You calls it authentic. When your hat's bigger then your sense of irony, you might just be a parody of the country life you claim to sing about.
Nairobi's Birdman rescues raptors as city dwellers pause to witness the spectacle, a strange harmony amid chaos. In a city where survival is the daily grind, watching a man befriend raptors is the kind of distraction that makes urban life almost poetic.
Late marriage myths debunked, regrets still haunt. Turns out society's timeline for love is as outdated as dial-up internet, yet we keep logging in like it's still the 90s and missing the point.
3 Indian states ban cough syrup after 9 children die, blame pharma. When medicine becomes poison, banning is the band-aid. Meanwhile, the pharma giants continue their global stroll, unscathed by the lives left behind.
Judge blocks Trump from deploying National Guard. MAGA calls it insurrection. Irony misses the memo. When a judge defends the Constitution and gets labeled a traitor, you know, logic's on vacation, and irony's throwing the party.
Mark Sanchez arrested after getting stabbed during altercation. In the world of sports, getting benched is common, but who knew getting shanked could be part of the playbook? Looks like penalties don't end on the field.
Supreme Court starts new term with democratic governance at stake. Justices brace for scrutiny.
Indie band Aria Noire drops Moonlit Streets, but nobody's listening. In the cacophony of digital noise, another indie anthem drowns, a moonlit serenade eclipsed by algorithms, lost in a playlist graveyard.
Judge blocks Trump's National Guard deployment in Portland, calls it temporary. When your political chess game involves pawns and camo, expect the judiciary to flip the board and demand a rematch. Checkmate for now.
Jean-Michel Jarre releases new version of Oxygen PT2, and the nostalgia is palpable. When a pioneer of sound reinvents their own legacy, it's like watching an old magician pull a rabbit out of a hat again.
Airlock sound drops Feel the Love, and synthpop fans swoon over its retro vibes. When a genre resurfaces, it's like finding that old mixtape buried in your closet, full of memories, slightly dusty, but still spins.
When your peace plan needs asterisks and disclaimers, it's like selling umbrellas in a drought, useful in theory, but nobody's buying it yet.
Harad Sakheb releases The Melody I Could Never Forget, but it's drowned in digital oblivion. An instrumental gem lost in the algorithmic shuffle, strumming nostalgia that's muted by the relentless march of trending topics and viral hits.
Sam Altman insists GPT-5 critics missed the mark after launch glitches.
Chef Bobby Flay claims $100 per person isn't enough, suggests higher costs. Dining out becomes a luxury sport where the entry fees skyrocket, yet somehow service still leaves you waiting like a bad punchline.
Hostage release talks commence Monday to ignite Gaza peace, Egypt hosts. When peace hinges on the whims of leaders who couldn't negotiate their way out of a paper bag, hostages become pawns and promises become hollow echoes in a desert of despair.
President Herzog might pardon Netanyahu despite 3 corruption trials.
Blackstone and Abu Dhabi's Lunet launch $5 billion logistics venture, calling it innovation. 5 billion reasons to cheer, yet the real winners are the ones shuffling funds while the rest of us get stuck in traffic.
Young Brits get shiny carrots while the axe falls on public services. It's like giving a lollipop before the dentist drill.
In-laws receive guardianship, then obsess over death instead of life. When your guardianship plan turns into a morbid countdown, you realize you might have picked the wrong babysitters. Perhaps a background check on their optimism was in order.
Missouri seeks federal waiver to ban candy, soda, desserts from SNAP. Sugary snacks are the scapegoat while poverty and hunger sneak through the back door. It's like blaming the fire on the smoke.
Sports betting stocks falter as prediction markets rise, but investors call it a trend. When your cash cow starts looking like a sacrificial lamb, it's time to hedge your bets and pray your predictions aren't just another gamble.
Picogrid integrates Universal Translator into Palantir's Maven calls it seamless. When a tech company claims to bridge all gaps, remember, a universal translator is just a shiny way to say duct tape for data.
Scientists solve Uranus' coldest mystery, but the planet stays weird. Understanding Uranus is like reading a mystery novel with missing pages. Every answer reveals more baffling questions, and the universe's humor remains as dry as its atmosphere. Shh!
U.S. futures rise on earnings outlook, but dollar climbs too.
Knight is Kumar, very stunned with a flying catch, yet the scoreboard remains unchanged. When gravity-defying acts don't add to the score, it feels like the universe's way of saying, nice try, but no cigar.
Study says men mimic women's habits, promises longevity boost. Turns out, a little less risk-taking and more self-care might help men close the gap. But who knew living longer meant ditching macho myths for moisturizers?
Another Star Wars, Hollywood's answer to dynastic storytelling.
Trump warns Hamas of complete obliteration if they hold Gaza, but peace remains elusive. When the threat of total destruction becomes a political bargaining chip, diplomacy is just another ghost in the room, haunting the hopeful.
Sasov promises threat detection gaps closed, offers action plan. Turns out, the secret sauce is a cheat sheet and some buzzwords, because nothing says secure like following a list that everyone else has too.
famous critic mocks trivial questions. 1933 essay asks how many children Lady Macbeth had.
When your green initiative can be outwitted by a soda company, maybe it's time to rethink your strategy. Eco-friendliness isn't just a marketing buzzword.
UK Conservatives launched deportation service at £1.6 billion, aiming to remove 750,000 people. When human lives are reduced to budget lines and quotas, compassion gets outsourced to the lowest bidder, and empathy becomes an endangered species.
EU police arrest 17 for trafficking women, call it a win. When the world's oldest profession is fueled by modern-day slavery, and arrests are just another headline, justice feels like a cruel joke.
Israel negotiates ceasefire, agrees to Trump's 20-point plan, but occupation remains unresolved. In the theater of international diplomacy, ceasefires often play the role of intermission, leaving the main act of peace and justice perpetually postponed for the encore that never arrives.
US Army labels Anduril and Palantir System very high risk. Memo reveals potential danger. When tech giants promise seamless battlefield communication, it's only a matter of time before the wires get crossed and the risks explode into reality, leaving soldiers to navigate a digital minefield.
When the tech giants play chess with geopolitics, pawns bleed, and the board remains spotless. Deniability is the new diplomacy.
Nobel Prize awarded for immune system research promises breakthrough. 11 million kroner for unraveling our defenses, yet the common cold remains undefeated. Science is a marathon with no finish line, only more hurdles.
Toyota's EV sales dive over 90% after recall promises improved lineup. When your electric dreams stall and sputter, it's time to promise a brighter future, while quietly hoping nobody notices the fumes of past misfires still lingering in the air.
France's new Prime Minister Le Cornu resigns hours after naming cabinet, struggles with fractured parliament and debt crisis.
Ancient deities inspire new folk album promises a spiritual revival. 4,000 years later, and we're still searching for meaning in melodies, music is the timeless quest for answers we never get to hear.
EU creation claimed economic strength, reduced conflicts, yet some states grumble under the unity banner. When you bind nations with red tape and bureaucracy, expect the occasional political slip-up to unravel that well-worn tapestry of unity, fraying at the edges with unmet promises and simmering discontent.
Microsoft lays off thousands and raises Game Pass prices. Former FTC chair Khan says she warned about Activision Blizzard buyouts harm. Jacking up prices while axing jobs is like selling umbrellas during a drought. It's capitalism's rain dance, hoping consumers don't notice the storm they're paying for.
Jane Goodall dies at 91, leaves an indelible mark on science. She taught us that empathy isn't just for humans, revealing the complex social webs of chimpanzees. Now, who's going to teach us to care for our own species?
U.S. Treasury considers special $1 Trump coin reading "Fight, Fight, Fight" and calls it a tribute. Minting coins with slogans that echo political rallies might just be the perfect way to remind us of the chaotic years when words were cheap, but the consequences weren't.
Rousey's defeat shocks fans, then sparks endless debates over legacy. Watching a champion fall is like witnessing a comet burn out. It reminds us that even the brightest stars are just as susceptible to the gravity of reality.
Blizzard traps nearly 1,000 on Tibetan side of Everest, defying nature's majesty. Climbers pay fortunes to conquer a mountain, only to be reminded that pride and altitude aren't a safe mix. Nature keeps the receipts.
Marjorie Taylor Greene slams Senate Republicans over government shutdown, blames them for chaos she helped ignite. Criticizing the Senate for a shutdown while stoking the flames is like yelling fire in a crowded theater you set ablaze. It's hypocrisy with a side of irony.
Wall Street rides AI-fueled rally. For sixth day, Goldman predicts tech-driven economic acceleration. Celebrating while the government grinds to a halt is like dancing on a volcano. Prosperity at the top, dysfunction at the base, with everyone else caught in the lava flow.
Trump embraces AI media, then attacks foes with digital doubles. The irony of a man who decried fake news now using digital puppets to inflate his ego is as rich as the billionaires he claims to fight for.
It's that classic tennis tale, the underdog bites hard, and the seasoned champ wobbles, yet somehow stays upright. Proving the art of survival isn't always graceful.
Youth climate activists target authoritarianism, then expand their fight. When the planet's burning, it's hard to ignore the pyromaniacs in power. Climate warriors are now battling tyrants and the fossil fuel empire.
Air India grounds. Dreamliner after emergency power activates mid-flight, causing concern. Nothing like a surprise in-flight reboot to remind passengers that even in the skies, technology sometimes has a mind of its own, leaving everyone on edge and in the dark.
UK wants strike and refueling drones for aircraft carriers, as if more toys solve all problems. Nothing screams, "We've learned nothing," like pouring cash into tech that promises efficiency while ignoring the glaring need for peace and diplomacy.
Name-dropping Trump Jr. in billion-dollar deals backfires, turning boardrooms into awkward arenas. Nothing screams desperation like leveraging a controversial surname and watching it unravel faster than a cheap suit under the scrutiny of actual business ethics.
Russia sends drones and missiles to Ukraine, while Poland scrambles jets like it's a European airshow. When your neighbors play with fire, you might just end up hosting the charred remains of international diplomacy on your doorstep.
Cranes released Shining Road, a shoegaze anthem, but the dream pop haze obscures the path forward. When every track feels like floating through fog, you start wondering if the only destination is another loop through the same ethereal soundscape.
Heavy rains trigger landslides in Nepal, killing at least 47. Then authorities blame nature and not neglect. It's easier to call it an act of God than to admit the infrastructure was never built to withstand anything more than a drizzle.
Pakistan courts US investors with Arabian Seaport project, hoping dollars will flow like tides. When your economy's sinking faster than a poorly anchored ship, you might as well try selling the ocean to the highest bidder.
Scientists grow mini-human brains to power computers, calling it progress, then ignore ethical minefield. When your server farm starts demanding lunch breaks, maybe it's time to rethink the whole playing God strategy in tech innovation.
Trump admits he'll probably fall downstairs one day, calling it inevitable, then shrugs. Gravity might be the only force in the universe he can't negotiate or sue. Stay tuned for the defamation lawsuit against physics.
White House announces layoffs for startup. Trump deems shutdown talks going nowhere in a new twist. When in doubt, blame the workers. It's a classic move in the political playbook to ensure the little guy always pays the price.
When it comes to fossil fuels, old relationships die hard, especially when geopolitical tensions make the alternatives look even less appealing.
Hamas prepares for Gaza talks, while the US bets on peace and freedom. When hope is your only strategy, you might as well be playing poker with a deck of blank cards. Peace talks are the ultimate gamble.
Data scientist claims progress in climate fight while wildfires rage and temperatures soar. Numbers can be spun like a politician's promise. Look close enough, and even a dumpster fire can resemble a campfire tale.
Taylor Swift sends fans on AI video scavenger hunt for album already released. When billionaires masquerade marketing as a treasure hunt, it's less about creativity and more about seeing how far fans will chase shiny distractions.
Japan and France deliver political surprises. Investors scramble for stability. The financial world loves predictability, but when politics throws a curveball, it's like watching a soap opera where the plot twist wipes out your portfolio.
Even the Beatles couldn't dodge a few rotten tomatoes. Perfection is a myth as elusive as a unicorn in Times Square.
Judge hears emergency motion to halt California National Guard deployment tonight. Sending troops to Portland for peace is like handing a flamethrower to a firefighter. Irony is the only thing burning bright.
Jen introduces high-speed maglev trains with non-reclining seats, calling it an upgrade. When comfort is sacrificed for speed, passengers become sardines in a steel can, all in the name of progress that leaves backs aching and spirits deflated.
French Prime Minister Sébastien Lecornu quits after less than a month. Political careers in France now have the shelf life of a ripe avocado. Blink and you'll miss the entire administration.
Sean Mullins releases Time in pop rock, promises nostalgia, but delivers deja vu. Just when you thought you'd heard every chord progression, Mullins brings you another tune that feels like a rerun of your teenage soundtrack, minus the novelty.
UK plans to restrict repeated protests after 500 arrests at pro-Palestinian vigil. Silencing dissent one protest at a time, because nothing says democracy like limiting free speech and locking up those who dare to care.
India beats Pakistan by 88, then tops World Cup table. In a world where every victory is politicized, even a cricket match becomes a proxy war with balls and bats masquerading as diplomats.
Hollywood's favorite undead franchise rises again, proving that when it comes to milking a zombie, no stone is left unturned.
Google erases 7 years of political history, then claims it's for our own good. When your digital diary gets wiped clean, it's a reminder that control over information is the new frontier of power, and our memories are collateral.
Trump's trade wars crush soybean farmers, then offer rescue package. When self-inflicted wounds need band-aids, you find out who profits from the cycle of breaking and mending the same economic leg.
When ancient artifacts vanish, it's a stark reminder that even time-honored treasures aren't immune to the relentless march of human negligence and nature's whimsy.
In the land of sun and surf, gunfire echoes through suburban streets, where the only thing louder is the silence of politicians dodging responsibility.
Bryce Dallas Howard admits working with Disney doesn't grant theme park perks. Turns out, even fairy tale kingdoms have their own hierarchy, where not all princesses skip the line for a churro or a ride.
Trump deploys National Guard in city haunted by past military trauma, revisiting the ghosts of yesterday with fresh boots on the ground, as if history's painful lessons were merely suggestions and not warnings.
Czechia reports election results with 98% counted calls it a democratic triumph.
Fianna Fáil's Jim Gavin exits Irish presidential race citing personal error. A classic case of political self-sabotage where aspirations meet the sharp edge of one's own moral compass, leaving voters with one less choice.
Trump's foreign policy wrecks American credibility, while allies play diplomatic dodgeball. Unpredictability might be fun at a circus, but on the global stage, it's a clown act that leaves everyone scrambling to guess the next punchline.
Two Americans and one Japanese scientist win Nobel for immune system breakthroughs, a rare moment when international cooperation outpaces nationalism, proving that the body politic could learn something from the body scientific about tolerance.
Treasury traders scour betting odds, relying on gambling sites to forecast shutdown duration.
People skip to favorite song parts claiming it saves time. In a world where instant gratification is king, even melodies must bow to our impatience, reducing art to a mere collection of sound bites.
Pentagon Pete defends speech about bellies, insists it was strategic genius. When your top brass starts talking about stomachs, it's time to question if the military strategy involves tickling or just indigestion.
Florida unveils nation's first Charlie Kirk Memorial Highway sign, claiming it honors free speech. In a state where irony takes a vacation, they pave the road to nowhere with the names of those who shout loudest from their echo chambers.
Masked arsonist torch UK mosque, then flee as cameras roll. In a time when hate masquerades as courage, the only thing more shocking than the blaze is the feigned surprise of authorities who never saw it coming.
When innovation becomes a monstrous deity, we are expected to sacrifice understanding on the altar of progress, all while pretending the emperor's new clothes fit just fine.
IMF plans Senegal talks mid-October despite debt misreporting scandal. In the world of financial wizardry, misreporting is just a minor hiccup, easily smoothed over with a fresh round of diplomatic handshakes and economic jargon.
Vail to buy back up to $3 billion in perpetual obscure bonds, then calls it a strategic move. When your financial past haunts you like a ghost, you can either exorcise it with billions or wait for it to rattle its chains louder.
Right embraces warrior culture while leftist gym bros flex back with irony. In the battle for bicep supremacy, ideology becomes the new protein shake, leaving everyone to wonder if muscles can really pull the weight of political discourse.
Air conditioning spread rapidly in Mexico, defying climate expectations. Turns out comfort is a universal language, and nothing says I love my country like chilling under artificial Arctic blasts while the sun tries to roast you alive.
Australian police search for motive in mass shooting, defying rarity. In a country known for strict gun laws, it's almost like someone mistook Sydney for a Hollywood set. The real mystery is how the script got past security.
Leon Loman's Bumpin' on Sunset resurfaces then vanishes again into the digital ether, an electronic ghost of 1982. The track grooves like a time capsule sealed with synth nostalgia, reminding us that experimental sounds once danced on analog waves before disappearing into the algorithmic void.
Costco sells Ozempic and Wegovy at a large discount. Fixes nothing.
Luxury jet replaces cabin windows with video screens, calls it innovation. When your vacation is through a screen, remember, the opulence of the ultra-rich is now just a high-definition illusion of paradise.
Bad Bunny mocks Fox News over Super Bowl criticism, then advises them to learn Spanish in 4 months, adding a twist of irony. It's a classic case of cultural whiplash, as the language barrier becomes a punchline, leaving Fox News with a homework assignment no one asked for.
AI directs tourists to non-existent sacred canyon, risking safety. When tech sends you off a cliff, remember, the digital age is just a modern version of the blind leading the blind into oblivion.
President shares fake video, critics call him unhinged. When reality TV star meets reality distortion field, the result is a surreal performance art piece masquerading as governance, leaving citizens to wonder if they're the punchline.
SC State University locks down campus after reported shooting. Officials urge caution. Contradictions deepen. Safety, always the promise, is now a question mark as students trade textbooks for barricades in the latest chapter of campus chaos.
Crystal Palace loses streak and Forest sinks further. When the underdog climbs only to trip on their own shoelaces, it's a reminder that consistency in chaos is the only predictable outcome in sports.
When the rich get richer and the poor get poorer, the only advice left is to question who the revolution was really for.
Idlewild releases self-titled album, frontman labels it outsider art, nostalgia not included. Once dubbed too unprofessional for mainstream success, Idlewild now proudly wear their outsider badge, crafting tunes for the misfits who never needed the industry's approval anyway.
Oregon Attorney General sues Trump over California troops deployment. When state lines blur like inconvenient suggestions, it's almost as if sovereignty is just a footnote in the grand narrative of power plays.
Healthcare promises to fix everything, but leaves the most personal battles to be fought alone, as if dignity were an optional extra.
Japan's PM prospect breaks glass ceiling, then markets soar. Investors cheer progress. While the markets celebrate a potential female leader, let's hope the enthusiasm extends beyond stock prices to actual societal change.
Beachfront home of South Carolina judge, ex-senator burns to ground, injures 3, leaves only questions. When your past catches fire, it's hard to tell if it's justice or just an electrical fault with a vendetta.
When you've got villagers and livestock saving thrill seekers from nature's fury, maybe it's time to rethink the mountain tourism business model.
Meat consumption rises, climate concerns ignored, and the steak is rare. While the planet sizzles, we feast on futureless indulgence, as if the only thing burning were the barbecue and not our tomorrow.
When citizens are more willing to sanction than their leaders, it's a sign the moral compass needs recalibration, not just a new direction.
Doctors Send Kids Away tackles Marburg and beats the odds. In a world where heroes wear stethoscopes, she faced down a viral villain, proving that courage often means making the hardest sacrifices.
Prime Minister resigns weeks into term, deepens France's chaos. In the land of wine and revolutions, political stability is as elusive as a truffle in the wrong season.
When political stability is as rare as a unicorn sighting, investors prefer the mythical safety of German efficiency over French unpredictability.
Speeder's new track in the Rich Drops featuring RJ promises nothing. When lyrics about luxury are sung by those who'll never experience it, the irony is thicker than the wallets they rap about.
Chamonix, Nick Street, 9 Drops, L Reeves. The pill in 2025 promises a deeper high. When music about escapism becomes the new reality, you know the world is dancing to a beat it can't escape from.
Crossword clue hints at sicko, but irony lies in a world where cartoonists capture reality better than politicians. When memes become our guiding light, it's clear the real sickos are those pretending everything's just fine from their ivory towers.
French stocks plummet as Prime Minister resigns, turmoil looms. When politicians play musical chairs, the market gets motion sickness, and the average citizen's wallet ends up footing the bill for the ride.
Sportsmanship turns into a demolition derby when one team forgets the rules of engagement and the scoreboard becomes a crime scene.
Georgia PM claims protesters attempted coup, vows crackdown. When leaders fear dissent more than corruption, democracy becomes a shadow play where the only real threat is the truth behind the curtain.
ICC convicts ex-Janjaweed leader Ali Kushaib of war crimes. Justice arrives decades late, but better than never. The ghost of Darfur might finally rest a little easier, knowing one more monster is caged.
Sobriety's honeymoon phase ends, leaving you to face life's relentless tedium without the comforting blur of bad decisions.
Police find bodies of 2 women in Victorian High Country. Suspect. Days-long ordeal. The wilderness keeps its secrets close, but even the mountains can't hide the world's indifference to those who wander and lose their way.
When the leader's ego outweighs community voices, expect the sound of boots echoing louder than any plea for dialogue.
Trump ignores lawmakers' shutdown fears, relishing the chaos. It's like watching Nero fiddle while Rome burns, only this time the orchestra's playing an off-key symphony of political dysfunction.
When the bravado of some blinds them to the backbone of many, remember, equality isn't a luxury, it's a necessity for survival.
South Korea's senior poverty rate tops OECD. Golden years turn into tin plate decades when a country's elders are left to fend off poverty with nothing but good intentions and empty pockets.
Psychic TV drops wicked acid house track Nostalgia with a twist.
Takaishi's wind jolts yen and bonds. Stocks soar irrationally. It's the kind of economic roller coaster that makes you question if the safety bar was ever secured in the first place.
American democracy teeters on collapse. Europe pretends it's ready for the fallout. When the world's self-proclaimed leader wobbles, Europe might discover that their insurance policy is nothing more than a paper promise.
Trump's ceasefire plan claims peace, but bombings persist, leaving Gaza's displaced in limbo. Promises of peace are cheaper than the bombs that keep falling, and as usual, the cost is paid by those with the least to spare.
Rush returns, nostalgia cashes in, soul-searching be damned. When legends come back for an encore, it's less about the music and more about the mortgage payments they forgot to make.
Instagram dangles gold rings to top creators, offers zero cash compensation. Digital servitude hits a new high when a shiny trinket replaces actual currency, proving once again that influencer fame is a gilded cage.
Dubai hosts Horizons, markets soar, reality ignored. When economic forecasts sound like fairy tales, remember, the only thing growing faster than the markets is the list of empty promises.
Tech giants scramble to automate code, but the real race is who can convince us we need help writing "Hello World" in the first place.
When your body's tiny messengers start whispering secrets about brain plaque, it's a reminder that fat cells have more to say than just "feed me."
When nature's scavenger turns historian, it's a reminder that even vultures can teach us about preservation and the value of leftovers.
AMD's OpenAI deal spikes chip stocks to its all-time high bronze tank. When silicon dreams inflate market bubbles, remember, what goes up must eventually face gravity, especially when chicks are betting on artificial minds.
Odyssey and Echo Copper releases Relays from Venus, promises cosmic escape but delivers noise. When ambient tunes resemble a malfunctioning satellite, it's less about transcending space and more about enduring static in the pursuit of tranquility.